Word from Radio Man, but hey, let's talk about it.
Is it?
Good Monday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. The Philadelphia Eagles season is in turmoil. You just heard from the open there.
It is.
All right, look, we're going to unpack this today because on Friday, Johnny, we had the crazy day, right? It was unfortunately the day after the Phillies season came to an end when they got eliminated by the Dodgers in playoff contention. But it was also the day after the Eagles lost to the New York Giants in a way that was just disgusting, right? Like,
it was one of the worst losses that I can remember for the Eagles franchise in a long time.
They're lucky that the Phillies were playing at that time, right?
I think it's the most we didn't show up efforts, and I say effort with a capital E. I went back and watched the 15-minute game this weekend. That was the worst lazy effort under Nick Sirianni ever.
You mean like Keely Ringo just not touching a guy while he was down?
No, I think Keely Ringo's just bad.
Yeah, he could just be bad too. And then, of course, we know that the offense, once again, tale of two halves, 0 points in the second half. And
like the offensive coordinator is that bad.
Exactly. So Friday morning, when we did the show, we played the good cop, bad cop routine, one for one team, one for the other. The good cop was, hey, we're here for you when it comes to the Phillies. Let's react. Tough way to lose. Season's over. Tough to realize that maybe this core is over. But then the bad cop was there's no more excuses for the freaking Philadelphia Eagles. Now, we didn't have much time to really expand on it, Johnny. So today, I have a question for our audience at 610-632-0975. There was no excuse making for the Eagles offense on Friday. None. All right, Friday morning when we did the show.
There were people doing it, but not us.
There shouldn't have been. I'll just say there should have been. If you weren't making excuses, then it's the green-colored glasses conversation, right? That you look at nothing wrong for the Philadelphia Eagles. So I have a question that I want to discuss today. Have you reached a point of concern? Because there are people that will point out bad play, but then say the very next minute, but I think it's going to get better, right? Like, and that's fandom. That's normal life where people go, yeah, this is really bad. It's like our conversation about the offensive lineman a couple of weeks ago. People were ready to admit that they weren't playing well, but nobody wanted to say it would continue, right? Because we love Jeff Stoutland. We love the members of the Eagles offensive line. It's a cult following in the city of Philadelphia.
Sure.
But because the Eagles offenses look so bad now, all season, despite their 4-2 record, they have looked bad all season. Or I should say they've never put together 4 good quarters. They've put together a couple of good halves.
You don't have to say, put a disclaimer on all season. They're at the bottom of the league in almost every statistical category. They're not good. All season, they've been bad. They've been bad.
It's true.
So, I mean, we don't have to couch it. They've been terrible.
So, have you reached a point of concern when it comes to the Eagles offense? Because I know a lot of people get, they feel weird. They feel gross when the 2023 thing gets mentioned, right? When we talk about 2023, the similarities, a lot of people like to give pushback on that. Media members have given pushback on it, right? Not just fans. There are people that cover the Eagles that say, I don't see the similarities of 2023.
Well, they're out of their mind.
I've reached a point of concern with the Philadelphia Eagles offense.
I watched this weekend. I watched NFL football this weekend. And I watch teams play with backup quarterbacks. I watch teams with not half the. I watch teams play with 3 or 4 guys who could potentially even start for the Philadelphia Eagles right now. And they had smooth offense. I watched the Kansas City Chiefs and the Detroit Lions play last night. And in any offensive series, I saw 3 or 4 plays that were more innovative, more interesting to watch, more creative than anything I've seen out of the Eagles this year, except within the 10-yard line. It's fascinating to me how bad this is, and I feel dread this morning. I feel worse than I felt Friday morning. I feel dread watching the rest of the league.
Watch the rest of the league.
Because I'm looking at it and I'm going, this is bad, and I am tired of the excuse makers in our fan base.
Yeah.
And by the way, and some in our local media who don't want to say a bad word about Kevin Patullo. I'll say one word right now. Stinks. Stinks.
Yeah, predictable.
Until proven otherwise. Stinks.
There's a lot of one words. Predictable.
Oh,
right?
my God.
That's what Lane Johnson said, right? Not some guy on ESPN, not 2 nitwits on the radio. Right?
No.
Lane Johnson talked about how the Eagles' offense is predictable. I saw a play in the Sunday morning. I know. Denver and New York was not really a tale of offense.
It was a barn burner out there in London.
It was horrible out there. But there was a play, and then, again, this is Sean Payton, right, where a player was in motion, and it was a fake wide receiver screen. The wide receiver cuts across, the linemen shift, Bo Nix fakes a pass, and everybody on the Jets defense followed. And then there's a tight end streaking wide open downfield. That's a creative play.
Wow, it's almost like they drew one up that was really good.
It's a one-off because that team, again, both teams did nothing offensively, but that's one of those plays where you go, wow, how come I haven't seen that? And that wasn't within the 10-yard line. That was like a 30-yard touchdown pass. We've not seen explosive plays unless it's AJ or Devontae are down there somewhere. Like, those have been the explosive plays this year for the Philadelphia Eagles. Has been chucks downfield and either AJ or Devontae coming down with it.
I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. I can't deal with the excuse makers. I can't deal with the patience folks. I can't deal with the Kevin Patullo's not that bad. I can't deal with the, well, we've got time to work this out. I feel dread, and I'm telling you right now, in the next 4 games, I feel like there is a distinct chance this building could be on fire.
Wow.
On fire.
We got turmoil. We got on fire.
Yes, I'm telling you. I believe in the next 4 games, this building could be on fire.
More A.J. Brown reports over the weekend.
Lose to Carson Wentz on Sunday? This building's an inferno on Monday. The Giants come back in the following Sunday. You don't take care of the Giants. You don't look great against the Giants.
Right, look great, right.
Then you got a bye week, and you're coming back at Green Bay, who, by the way, everybody told me all year long, don't worry about Green Bay. Don't worry about Green Bay. They're not the Eagles. They're not. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about Green Bay. Then you got Detroit. I'm telling you right now, in the next month,
You weren't worried about Detroit.
the next 4 games, things are trouble. You got it right now. Things are trouble. Right now, you got to worry about it. Big time.
Yeah. No,
and I mean it.
It's ugly. So when I say, have you reached the point of concern, I want to hear from you, 610-632-0975. But John says, you've reached the point of concern where you think the building will go on fire. There are people that I'm sure are concerned but think it will get better. So let's talk about this. Now,
I want to know why.
I want to play something for you. Over the weekend, because the Eagles played on Thursday, you had some of the media availability over the weekend, and Saquon Barkley spoke to the media. Now, some of you may say, all right, this is swagger, this is confidence, and I understand where you would come from. But to me, this is arrogance. And I'm going to say that it starts with Saquon, but I'm going to play you something later on this hour from the head coach. But here was Saquon Barkley outside of his locker over the weekend.
I come from the school of thought that, majority of times or not, you're going to have an opportunity to play. You just got to be in the right spot. Someone misses, they make a play. Like, that's just football. Last year, do you think we were predictable? I mean, everyone knew we were running the ball. We still got it all. So I think we also got to get back into that attitude, to that mindset. Not really giving a what people are trying to do. And that's something that I'm definitely going on.
Last year, were we predictable? We ran the ball all the time. All right. Yeah, you ran the ball all the time, and you had certain concepts. You also had a different offensive line. You were healthier.
Yep.
Not just Saquon. The offensive line was healthier.
You had a different offensive mind designing plays and calling plays.
So to just say we ran the ball all the time last year, to me, that's a little arrogant. Now, it's also confidence. It's also swagger, right? Like, you knew lining up, hey, we're going to run it down your throat, and you're not going to be able to stop us. So there's the confidence and swagger there. But here's the deal. Coming up next, the reason why I say arrogance instead of confidence or swagger is because these comments from Saquon Barkley remind me of something that Nick Sirianni said 2 years ago. You'll hear that next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Attention, Delaware Valley.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic on this football Monday. Brought to us by our friends at Local Bryant Home Comfort Team. Visit nopaybryan.com to keep your HVAC in the starting lineup. So, Johnny, this morning when I was driving in, thinking about what Saquon Barkley had to say over the weekend, talking about, hey, we were predictable last year. Everybody knew we were going to run the football. To me, that's arrogance and not swagger and confidence, because there are so many circumstances from last year to this year that have changed, and one of them being Kevin Patullo being the offensive coordinator. And last year, we know that even though Nick Sirianni obviously had a say in the offense, we know that.
Right.
Kellen Moore was the guy calling the plays. Sirianni may say, hey, I want you to throw the ball here. Sirianni may have been saying, I want you to run the ball here. But it was Kellen Moore's show from, first down to fourth down.
Kellen Moore was learning nothing about designing offense from Nick Sirianni.
Correct. So when we talk about the similarities between this team and 2023, look, a lot of it is first-time play caller. Now, at least Brian Johnson had done it in college before doing it at the NFL level.
He's done it in the SEC.
First-time play caller. And then when things look bad, you start turning to the head coach and you say, hey, how are you going to fix this? And then you quickly realize that he's not the offensive genius that a lot of people thought he was coming from Indianapolis.
He had no
right?
plan, and he admitted it.
Yes.
7 games into his NFL career, he told us that calling plays was not his. That was not his big
forte.
Thing. Right. And by the way, I admire the fact that he said it.
Sure.
But I'm alarmed by it, too.
Well, it's alarming because when things start to look bad and you need another voice, Sirianni is not that voice.
Correct.
So on September 5th of 2023, now I'm taking you back, but I'm taking you back before that season started, where even though they were 10-1, you never really felt totally comfortable, and then the collapse happened. This was Nick Sirianni on a recorded call with Jeff McClain. McClain ended up posting it in January of 2024 on his Uncovering the Birds podcast, which is tremendous. But this phone call took place September 5th, 2023. Listen to what Nick Sirianni had to say about the Eagles' offense in previous seasons, leading in to a year that we remember for all the wrong reasons.
So, one thing we wanted to do with our team is, offensively, let's say, was try to really, it's not always about coming up with new plays and new wrinkles and new things like that. Sometimes it's just getting better, and a lot of times it's just getting better at your base stuff, right? And how do you coach it better, and how do you do it better, and then off of that, what are some wrinkles off of that? Not necessarily new things, but things that are wrinkles. And I guess I would say where I'm saying with that, where I'm going with that is that's kind of in the same way I've thought about year 3. I don't think it's anything new. It's how do we get better at what we're already doing?
I remember you doing this in for Ant.
Yeah.
I remember you doing this one day as a topic and how much it bothered you.
Yeah, because McClain wrote about it before the season, but he didn't post the audio till afterward. And I remember saying, well, hold on a second. Tape's out there. The best defensive minds.
Are you going to be able to adjust?
Yeah. And so when the Eagles ran the ball so well last year, what was one of the first things we said this offseason? You can't copy-paste.
Nope.
You can't say, this is what we did last year. This is what we're going to do this year. But you know what, John? History tells me that's exactly what the plan was going to be, because in that clip that you just heard, that was after they went to the Super Bowl in 2022, unfortunately lost to the Kansas City Chiefs, and Nick Sirianni said with confidence, well, it's not about throwing in new wrinkles. It's not about creating new plays. It's about just improving upon what you already do.
See,
that's horrible.
See, I don't think I understand how you think that might be what it is. I don't believe that's what it is. What I believe it is you have an offensive coordinator who is not able. Because nobody could make an offense look this, honestly. No one could make an offense look this rudimentary.
With this talent.
Yeah. Unless you are not equipped. You don't have the skill set to get creative and everything. When it starts to get complex, you don't have it. You've never done it. And it's why I sounded the alarms all summer, why it bothered me all summer. I'm like, how do you turn the keys over? If you're the CEO of Amazon, or Apple, and you're like, we have one of the most successful companies in the world. We have one of the most, this organization can't fail.
Right.
but we're going to hire somebody to replace our CEO stepping down with somebody who's never done it before.
We're going back to the iPod Shuffle, baby.
We're going to just give somebody who's totally never even come close to having this job before, we're going to toss them the keys because he was friends with the guy who had the job. It was a dumb plan from the beginning, and if they don't do something about it.
Well, coming up next, Johnny, we mentioned this on Friday. But there was so much going on that we wanted to save it for another day. So, hell, why not today? We didn't have to wait long.
Let's do it.
Nick Sirianni's going to lose any bit of power he has left if this doesn't get better. We'll discuss that coming up next, and we'll check our text line, 610-632-0975. Have you reached the point of concern? There was anger on Friday, right? A lot of emotion on Friday following the Phillies and Eagles losses. But now that you've had a couple of nights to sleep on it and think about it and watch the rest of the NFL yesterday, have you reached a point of concern when it comes to the Eagles offense? It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Monday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A turning point for the Birds. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles had the weekend off after falling to the Giants on Thursday Night Football to lead off Week 6 at 4-2. They've now fallen back to the pack in the NFC as Tampa Bay and Green Bay both won yesterday. So where do they go from here as they have an extended preparation for their road game in Minnesota this Sunday? Tim McManus joined middays with Marks to talk about the talent and the vibe of the Eagles.
I mean, they have the pieces there, talent-wise. If you look up and down on rosters across the NFL, this is still right up there. But we know, like, every season takes on its own kind of feel to it. And I think that's basically what we're looking at here.
Well, the feel right now certainly feels like they need a turning point to figure out the offense and other things with the team. We'll keep an eye on that throughout the week. The Flyers have their home opener tonight as they host the Florida Panthers. Two teams played last Thursday down in Florida with the Panthers winning 2-1. Puck drop tonight is at 7 p.m. from the Xfinity Mobile Arena. You can hear that game live here on the Fanatic. And in college football news, after Penn State fell to Northwestern over the weekend, they moved on from longtime head coach James Franklin, a $49 million buyout to move on from Franklin. We'll talk to Andrew DeCecco coming up at 7:55. Tim Kelly at 9:25. This update is brought to you by Groundworks, your trained and certified experts for basement waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection at groundworks.com. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Kincade and Salciunas, 6 to 10 a.m. Middays with Marks, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. Real quick order of business here. For the people watching on YouTube that have not been following the show every single minute, every single second, or maybe you're just watching for the first time today.
Or they think you have weird fashion choices. You're a man of your word, and I love this.
I lost a bet.
Yeah, you're a good man.
I think it was Philly Eagle 215 on our YouTube chat that made the bet that if the Brewers would make it to the NLCS and the Phillies didn't make it to the NLCS, that I would have to wear a rainbow hat with the propeller on top. So there's probably somebody listening in the car right now that's not watching on YouTube, so I apologize. But, if you ever see any photos from today's show or if you end up watching YouTube once you get to the office and I look like a moron, well, that's why. I lost a bet, but I'm a man of my word.
You're paying off your bet.
And people at first thought it was a Lithuanian hat, considering I'm wearing the Lithuanian.
Oh, okay.
But it's not.
Well, no, you paid off your bet.
Because I lost a bet. I'll spin the propeller for the people watching on
Now,
YouTube.
you used to wear that in high school when you were on, what was it, the chess team? Was it chess?
Yeah. This is worn.
I do want to revisit one thing.
What do we got?
Because during the course of the year, there must have been, I'm going to guess 10 times, that I said to you and Connor, so the Brewers, they're false, right? They're fake.
Well, they benefited from not playing the Phillies or the Dodgers in the NLDS.
You don't think the Brewers could have beaten the Phillies?
Well,
are you serious? Are you serious?
I think your local
we're gonna do that now?
I think your local Little League team could have beaten the Phillies.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The Brewers weren't fake. The Brewers weren't something to be dismissed.
They'll get swept by the
Brewers
Dodgers.
Were not some team that should have been just
Dodgers in 5.
Scoffed at.
Dodgers in 5.
I think the Dodgers will win the series too. I think it'll be longer than that, though. I think it'll be 6.
Freddie Peralta's gonna get wrong.
But it's it is interesting.
Well, look, at least I'm wearing the hat, right?
You are, and I'm proud of you.
I could have ran away from it.
But we just are so dismissive of teams. Like the Brewers aren't real.
Yeah, they stink.
They're not real. They stink.
They stink.
Yeah, they're better. They were better than the Phillies at almost everything all year long.
Except probably Team ERA.
Yeah, Team ERA.
And that's why I thought the Phillies were a threat, and the Phillies could pitch 1-0
but the
and
thing
still
is,
lose.
They have a bunch of guys. They're not spending what the Phillies spend.
Yeah.
And they have a bunch of guys who just know how to play baseball.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, a hitting coach that obviously teaches their guys, if you saw a little bit of the from the Cubs series, teaches the guys to, well, let's learn fundamental baseball. Let's study fundamental baseball.
Hey, Bryson Stott dropped a good bunt down.
That was great.
Nick Sirianni will lose every bit of power if this doesn't work out for the Eagles offensively. All right, so first and foremost, let's get to the text line at 610-632-0975. Have you reached a point of concern for the Eagles offense? Now, you don't have to say that it's spiraling out of control to the point where they're never going to turn the ship. They're never going to rewrite it.
You can feel what I feel this morning. Dread.
Sure.
After watching Red Zone yesterday all day long and watching offenses around the NFL.
Creativity.
Watching backup quarterbacks. Watching teams with maybe 2 or 3 guys who could ever even start for the Eagles.
Yeah.
Look creative and innovative. I feel dread this morning about where we're at.
Yeah.
Not that it can't be fixed.
I don't blame you.
But I feel dread.
You know how you can combine sports sometimes or compare sports? It's like what Kevin Pillar said about the Phillies offense last week. They rely on their stars too much just to go out there and hit home runs.
Yes.
It almost feels like the Eagles' offensive strategy is, well, the stars will be better than the other team's players. Mm-hmm. We don't need to be creative. We don't need to have an innovative offense. Our players are just going to be better than their players. And that doesn't necessarily work all the time. All right, let's get a text message, Connor.
Tom from Drexel Hill will lead us off today, and he says, I'm not concerned about the offense because to me it's simple to fix. This offense coordinator has to go. The Eagles have absolutely nothing that surprises any defense. Our play design is high school level.
So my response to Tom, or my question to Tom is, who are you replacing him with?
And more importantly, why does Tom believe he's being replaced? That's what Tom in Drexel Hill. I love you, Tom. Great, good Delco guy. It's great. Tom, why do you have no concern? You think he's being replaced? You think Nick Sirianni's going to, like the guy he promoted to a job that he was unqualified for, you think he's going to replace him? Why are you not concerned? Admitting a mistake? Come on now.
And look, that's why this goes to our topic that we were going to get into on Friday, but it was too busy of a day. So let's open this up also
we had too much
at 610-632-0975. How much, well, the question necessarily isn't how much heat Nick Sirianni deserves, because he deserves like all of it. But will Nick Sirianni have any bit of power if this doesn't work out? I say no.
He shouldn't.
Because we know that Nick Sirianni had a lot of say when it came to the promotion of Brian Johnson a couple of years ago. And then it was Howie Roseman, not Nick Sirianni, even though he told you in his press conference that he did the hiring. Baloney. It was Howie Roseman who hired both Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore. Brought Vic back into the building. Kellen Moore, who you have mentioned multiple times, they interviewed for the head coaching job that Nick Sirianni ended up getting.
I'll tell you this, and you can ask Adam Schefter. The call to Vic Fangio, the call to Kellen Moore was made by Howie Roseman, not by Nick Sirianni.
Not Nick Sirianni. And then they win the Super Bowl. Yes, great. That's amazing. Yay. Nick Sirianni deserves to get that sort of...
It's on his resume.
Right. And he deserves that sort of boost of confidence from the GM, Howie Roseman, saying, you know what, Nick, you're a Super Bowl winning head coach. You have some power here. You have some say. And instead of doing some extensive search, because let's face it, Kevin Petullo was given the job, a week later? They didn't do some extensive search looking through the colleges or anything like that. It was, all right, let's bring in a couple of interviews. And the guys that were reported, the reported interviews were very retread.
Yes.
I think a lot of it was, all right, we're going to interview just to interview.
We're going to make sure.
We're going to post the job.
Right.
But we know who's going to get it.
And what did Jalen say? The day of the parade, what was the soundbite that we talked about on the show?
I told Connor to get it this morning. Here it is.
Kevin Petullo's never been he'd have a different role. So it's hard to compare, that role to this role because his job is going to demand something totally different of him. And I have a lot of confidence in him and what he's shown. However, I know, over the years I've learned that's out of my jurisdiction. And so kind of just taking things as they come and trying to go out there and be the best I can be and just learn and evolve.
What's the spin doctoring on that?
Yeah, not a great endorsement.
He did not. That was not an endorsement. That was Jalen Hurts saying they're giving the job to a guy, and I'm telling you right there, that is not a guy that I'm endorsing for the job.
And you know
flat out, he's not. He did not endorse him for the job.
I'm going to tell you something right now. That was probably the most honest answer he could give. You know why? I guarantee you he was not prepared for an offensive coordinator question after winning the Super Bowl. Locker clean-out day the day before the parade. He was probably expecting a lot of how'd it feel, Disney World, all that kind of stuff.
Sure.
I bet you he was not prepared. Again, there is a difference from Jalen Hurts coming off the sideline after a win, speaking with Pam Oliver, than when he's behind the microphone at the podium with the members of the Eagles media. You hear two different answers. I'll go back to week 3. After the Eagles beat the Rams, he said to Pam Oliver, we have to stop playing not to lose. Then he goes behind the podium, and it's, when the emotions kind of came down a little bit. It's
correct.
We won. Since when did it not matter that we just won? And Jalen Hurts has different tones, speaking with different people.
Yep.
And he wasn't prepared, I'm going to guess, for that question.
He wasn't. I think.
So that was an honest answer from him.
He gave an honest. And by the way, I applaud Jalen for the honest answer. I give him credit for it. But there it is. There's your honest answer. He was not enthusiastic.
No.
And anybody who tries to spin it that, oh no, that's not what he meant. Go listen to it again. Tell me what he meant.
Yep.
You tell me what he meant.
Have you reached a point of concern with this Eagles offense? 610-632-0975. It's bad, guys. You can spin it any way you want. They're talented. They'll get better. That's fine. You want to say they're going to get better? Go for it. But don't spin the fact that it's not that bad because they're toward the bottom in almost every statistical category on offense. It's bad.
It's pathetic.
All right, coming up next, we'll also open up a Phillies topic because each day this week, Johnny, we will have something on the future of the Phillies today. Today, we do the free agent priority list.
I can't wait to hear Connor's list.
Man.
I am so excited for Connor's list on this.
It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
John Marks and Ray Dunn. Your middays will never be the
Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. Talking mainly Eagles to start, but we are now going to open up a Phillies discussion, and then we'll get back to our text line. Our question when it comes to the Eagles, have you reached a point of concern with this Eagles offense? Now, MBD on our YouTube chat says, don't let the gutless performance by the defense go by without mentioning them. You're right. But ultimately, in 6 games of the 4 wins, the defense is the reason, the majority of the reason why you won those 4 games. I can make the case that special teams was more of a factor in some games than the Eagles' offense. You're not wrong, MBD. Last Thursday was a horrible performance by the Eagles' defense. Jalen Carter being out, obviously an impact. Quinyon Mitchell getting hurt, obviously being an impact. So there's context to why it looks so bad, but you're not wrong.
Wait, can I just check? Do other teams are hurt? Yeah. Do other teams have injuries?
Yes.
Do other teams have less talent than the Eagles significantly?
Yes.
Okay. I just want that brought into that conversation too.
I'm just not. I'm not ripping the defense today because the offense has been the problem.
No, the offense is the problem.
And that's why we ask, have you reached a point of concern with the Eagles offense, and how much heat should Nick Sirianni get for promoting his buddy? Let's face it, Kevin Patullo's his guy. He loves Kevin Patullo. He would go out of his way in press conferences 2-3 years ago to bring up Patullo, right? He would. He would always go out of his way. Nobody knew who Kevin Patullo was, and he would go out of his way to pump up the pass game coordinator as if he was trying to get him a job elsewhere, and instead he got promoted from within, and now the Eagles' offense looks the way that it does. We'll get back to our text here momentarily, but you want to do a little exercise, and I think it's a really interesting one.
Yeah, it's what we're going to do this week, and I think it's part of our healing process. This is meant to be healing because, look, we're all in a little bit of pain by the way the Phillies season ended. But let's have productive conversation and debate and discussion about how we can fix things.
Sure.
And how this offseason can go. So I'm asking you to do this, and I put it out on Twitter, so if you wanted to play along with us, we can get your feedback on it. So the top 5 people who have the opportunity to walk out the door this year for the Philadelphia Phillies in free agency are the following: Kyle Schwarber, JT Realmuto, Ranger Suarez, Harrison Bader, and Jose Alvarado. Those are the 5 that can walk out the door. So I'm asking you, Connor, you like to call it the Pobo. If you were the Pobo, I'm not asking you to predict what the Phillies are going to do.
Yep.
I'm asking you to put yourself in that office. You're the boss. You're Dave Dombrowski. You're Preston Mattingly. You're telling them what's going to be done. I want you to respond on Twitter, because we'll look at some of them, and I want you to rank them. Those 5 only: Schwarber, Realmuto, Suarez, Bader, and Alvarado. And if you could add some context to your list, when you rank them 1 to 5, you want to add a little context as to why you say spend the money here, bring back these guys here. I'd like to know why.
So what was the order of names you just gave?
I didn't give them in an order.
I know, but
I just told them. The names?
You said Schwarber,
Realmuto, Suarez, Bader, and Alvarado.
That's pretty much my order of list, except for one flip.
Okay, so what is yours?
Schwarber's number 1.
Okay.
Because here's the deal. Even though he was part of the reason why you lost.
It's not mine.
Right? He's part of the reason why you lost. He's the reason why you had a Red October.
He's the reason you got to Red October. There's no question.
No Kyle Schwarber, no Red October. Now, some people may say, I wish there wasn't a Red October.
That's
but
stupid.
No
That's
Schwarber
we
means
all wish
no
there was
Red October. Right.
But,
so that's why Schwarber's number 1.
Schwarber, Realmuto, Suarez, Bader. Well, what is your flip?
Suarez is 2 because I love pitching. Now, I don't think it's going to happen, but again, you're asking for my own personal
I'm asking
preference.
for yours.
Schwarber 1, Suarez 2.
But tell me, is there anything else behind that?
Well, Zach Wheeler, and I don't know when he's going to come back. Aaron Nola, I don't know who he is.
Supposedly May.
Yeah, we'll see.
But
who is he when he comes back? I don't know. I don't know who Aaron Nola is. I don't know who Andrew Painter is.
We don't know. We have no idea.
The only guy I know is Christopher Sanchez. I don't know if Luzardo's going to bounce back what he did this past year. He's a career 4+ ERA pitcher. So was this a career year, or is this going to be more than norm? So Suarez is 2, Realmuto 3, because look, he still adds value to that team. I put Bader 4. He had a career year.
Yep.
Do I think he's going to do that again? I don't know.
Okay.
There's a reason why I wasn't thrilled when they traded for him. He played really well. I'll give him all the credit in the world. I don't know if he's just going to recreate that or not. And then I put Alvarado 5 because I don't want him back. He screwed this baseball team over. For all the people that gave him the standing ovation, hey, you do what you want to do. If you fan the way you want to fan, I just don't think people realize.
Yay, Jose!
I don't think people realize the impact of what that suspension and in him not being eligible for the playoffs.
Did they watch the series? Did they watch the
I'm saying
Dodgers?
at the time of the standing ovation.
No, I understand. But then did they watch the Dodgers series and figure it out?
Yeah, I hope so. I don't want him back. He screwed over this baseball team. I never want to see him wear a Phillies uniform again. Call me heartless. I don't give a damn.
What Jozempic did to this team, he screwed them all over.
All right, you go ahead, John.
No, I want to hear Connor's first, and then I'll give you mine.
All right, Schwarber's won easily. You're not going to find a better designated hitter in baseball that's going to be available. So he's got to be priority 1. Realmuto's 2 for me. Because he's not just what he does. He's what he does for the pitching staff. And the reason he's an easy 2 is because you have no other clear answer to if JT Realmuto walks out the door.
All right. The reason why I don't have easy 2, by the way, even though he played well in this series, he did.
I can't.
He's part of the offense that's gone dead quiet for 3 straight series.
He did a great job, though, in that series.
He played well. No, he played well.
He was the best bat in that
series. But he's part of the core that's gone dead, which is why I can't have him too. But
he can stink offensively. Like, you have no answer defensively at catcher and a guy that can handle this rotate. Like, I'm not putting Rafael Marchand out there.
Gotcha.
There are 4 teams that are playing right now, though, that have catchers, right? I'm just checking. That have catchers. So they've teams find catchers, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, listen, we're talking about the top 4 teams in baseball. You can't just go get one of those guys.
Do they have 4? I understand, but do they have 4 catchers that are like
Orioles may have
out?
fallen out of love with
No, they have.
Rutschman.
No, they absolutely have because they have the next. Well, that's because they have the next catcher coming up.
So he's
who was higher rated. Go on.
Yes, I'm going Ranger Suarez 3.
All right.
But there's a distance gap because you have answers with the pitching staff if Ranger walks out the door, and he had a great year. But I think
what are the
you
answers?
think you have answers?
Well, you have Christopher Sanchez here. You have Jesus Luzardo here. You have Zach Wheeler. At some point, you got to believe coming back next year.
Well, he's coming back for 2 years.
I don't have to believe
a year and a half.
He could retire.
I'm not telling you have to believe it. This is my list. My list.
But you said you have answers.
Yeah, you have other people in that rotation that can. You have no answer at catcher. You have no answer at DH. Then I'm going Bader 4 for the exact reasons Andrew talked about. Like, he was great here. His overall resume as a player is not what you saw.
I would like to see him back, but
him back.
He's not top 3 for me.
You also have an answer if Justin Crawford is indeed on this team, and then Jose Alvarado's 5th because, like Andrew, I don't need him back.
I go. This is what's really interesting. So you guys go slightly different in your list, and I go completely different from you.
Alvarado's number 1 for you.
No, Jozempic is not number 1. My number 1, you're going to scream bloody murder. It's Harrison Bader because he's going to be cheap. So I got a cheap option that I can just go. I know I can get a cheap option for a guy that I know fits what they do, that can be a reliable guy. He's better than the offensive and defensive options you've been bringing in here as you've been plugging in outfielders. I'll take him, and I know he's cheap. I know you can get him, and I know he'd like to. He's a guy who'd like to be here if you can give him a good number.
Don't worry, Johan Rojas' breakout season is coming.
Yeah, I'm not doing
Don't
it.
worry.
I'll take an answer there for cheap. So I'm making him a priority 1 because it's easy.
Sure.
It's 1, get it done. It's cheap. Ranger Suarez would be my 2 because I have a distinct concern that this Zach Wheeler is going to become a story.
Yeah.
That he may not come back.
Yeah, I said it.
That he may decide not to come back. And if he doesn't come back, or if he doesn't come back as Zach Wheeler, he's already told us he's leaving at the end of 27.
Yeah.
He's already told us that. And so to me, you don't have answers because you only have Jesus Luzardo for another year. So this rotation is Christopher Sanchez. That's it. There's your rotation. That's your long-term rotation for the Phillies. Christopher Sanchez. And if you tell me Andrew Painter, you're telling me because you believe in unicorns and lollipops. Because you have no data to back that up. I'm going Schwarber's the 3rd option. Because old. The Phillies are old.
Yeah.
And the Phillies have 2 guys locked up at the top of the lineup. 2 guys who are highly paid, who aren't going anywhere, who have immovable contracts, who aren't going anywhere. So now we're going to add another guy in his mid-30s with another long-term contract. You're going to have 3 guys, and it's going to be immovable. Then I go Alvarado, Real Muto last. Again, old. I can't be old. I'm not going to be the oldest team in baseball. I'm not going to have the oldest starting 8 in baseball.
The exercise is what we want.
That's interesting.
But I will
That's
tell
what
you, the Phillies will 100% think differently with the
they
Real
will
Muto.
Absolutely. They could.
They love him, man.
Oh, they do. They're just going to be. It's going to be. They just have. You know what? Enough dancing on my own. Just play the Golden Girls theme. Because you're going to be the oldest team in baseball, and you're going to lock Real Muto down for 3, and you're going to lock down Schwarber for 3 or 4. You're going to be the oldest team starting 8 in baseball.
So coming up next, somebody wrote an article about the eerie similarities of the run that we just ended last week and that of the 2007 to 11 Phillies. We'll go through that coming up next, and we'll get your text messages on the Eagles as well. And if you want to give your 5, please do it. 610-632-0975. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The feel of the season. I'm Connor Thomas, and that feel has gotten kind of weird for the Eagles over the past couple of weeks. They had the weekend off after falling to the Giants on Thursday Night Football to lead off Week 6. And at 4-2, they've now fallen back to the pack in the NFC as Tampa Bay and Green Bay both won yesterday. So where do the Eagles go from here? Well, they have an extended preparation week for their road game in Minnesota this Sunday. But Tim McManus joined Middays with Marks on Friday. And he talked about the talent of the Eagles, but also that feel of the season.
I mean, they have the pieces there, talent-wise. If you look up and down on rosters across the NFL, this is still right up there. But we know, like, every season takes on its own kind of feel to it. And I think that's basically what we're looking at here.
Certainly feels like right now would be a good time for the turning point for the Eagles, both on the offense and in general. The Flyers have their home opener tonight as they host the Florida Panthers. Two teams played last Thursday down in Florida, with the Panthers winning 2-1. Puck drop tonight is at 7 p.m. from the Xfinity Mobile Arena. You can hear that game live here on the Fanatic. And in college football news, after falling to Northwestern over the weekend, Penn State moved on from head coach James Franklin. A $49 million buyout paid to move on from Franklin. Andrew DeCecco joins us coming up at 7:55. Tim Kelly at 9:25. This update is brought to you by Macy's Backstage. They're a whole new department inside your Macy's store where you can find the looks all for under $30. With new arrivals every day, you never know what you'll find. Find a location at Macy'sBackstage.com. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5TheFanatic.com.
High schools.
What do we got on the text line? Our Eagles question is, have you reached a point of concern for the Philadelphia Eagles when it comes to the offense, right? There are a lot of people that like to just sort of turn and look the other way. Oh, it's going to get better. The talent is here.
Head in the sand.
They're the Super Bowl champs, which, look, for the people that said that like 3-4 weeks into the season, you weren't wrong to have that feeling of it could get better. Not it's going to. It could get better. Kevin Patullo's getting his feet wet, blah, blah, blah. They were 4-0. It's great. But as you heard on the update, Connor's been playing it. Do you have that McManus clip handy?
Yeah.
Let's play it. This was Tim McManus on Friday on Middays with Marks.
I mean, they have the pieces there, talent-wise. If you look up and down on rosters across the NFL, this is still right up there. But we know, like, every season takes on its own kind of feel to it. And I think that's basically what we're looking at here.
And one part of the clip was that they got they basically ignored some issues because they were winning.
Correct.
Right. And now that you've lost the last 2 weeks, it's kind of been highlighted a little bit more, the offensive issues. But here's the deal. You and I were not just saying, oh, but they're winning.
No.
It's great that they're winning. It has to get better. The Philadelphia Eagles are not a let's just win and get to the playoffs team. It's a Super Bowl is the standard team. Much like the Phillies. It wasn't just, yay, they won 96 games. No, it's what are you going to do in the postseason? And we know the issue with the bats and how they go cold. The Eagles, if they keep on playing this way offensively, even if the defense is top tier, they're still going to drop some games.
Well, that's why I think that we really can't put anything that like what we've seen. We have to look at it and say we can't compare it to anything we've seen before or what happened before, because this is a new guy that they've put in. They've given a guy responsibility that's just not prepared.
No,
it's not. And you watch it; it's bad. The Emmanuel Acho videos, who, by the way, was doing all the hot take thing with thing. His videos are great right now.
Yeah, he's trying to turn his career.
He's trying to turn his career into something like, hey, I'm not doing hot take. I'm doing this. By the way, his videos are great.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
No, capital G, great. I watched every one of the Eagles this weekend, and they were excellent. Dan Orlovsky's excellent. These are guys, and they're showing you this is inadequate.
Yeah.
It's bad.
What do we got on the text line? As you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN, HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, A. Beasley, Media Group Station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibility.
Joe the Cynic checks in, says there's no reason to worry about the Eagles' offense. They'll flip the switch just like the Phillies' offense does in October.
I'm sure. What else we got on the text line?
I'm waiting for Joe the Cynic. I'm going, wait a minute. Joe's telling us that, there's another shoe to drop.
Yep. What else we got?
Chris from Northeast Philly says, anybody else see how creative that Lions offense is with the new OC last night? Patullo is spinning his head and talking to the league, asking if you're allowed to run more than 3 wide receiver routes.
I mean, do you see the play design? Well, look, I'm not going to compare him to Andy Reid.
Right.
Because Andy Reid, like, no one should be compared to Andy Reid.
Right.
But the play design out of Detroit with a new offensive coordinator, give him time, be patient, get his feet wet. Their offense is so creative. It's interesting.
Yeah. And the Eagles don't have any of that. And they're predictable, as not just 2 radio hosts say, but Lane Johnson himself is saying. All right, interesting article on ESPN.com. Interesting, but also maybe depressing. From David.
Nice little disclaimer
from
there.
David
Thanks,
Schoenfield
buddy.
of ESPN.
That's great.
He wrote about the Phillies after losing this past Thursday. After MLB playoff exit, how long can Phillies keep contending? It's a really deep dive, well-written article about the state of the Philadelphia Phillies. But he also put a little nugget in there of the eerie similarities between this core and that of the 07 to 11 team. Now, fortunately, they won a World Series.
Yeah, they won something. They didn't just go backwards every year.
Right. This team did not win anything. So, first bullet, the 2011 NLDS, which I think, that was the end of that run, and you have a feeling that this past playoff run was the end of this core. The 2011 NLDS ended in a 1-run game. 1-0 loss to the Cardinals. And on an atypical final play, because you had the Ryan Howard blown out Achilles.
Which is crazy.
Horrible. So not an error, but a memory that we will never be able to forget. Right? That
was one of the most...
I can close my eyes and see him on the ground in pain, which is horrible. Horrible visual, much like Orion Kerkering's throw home. Number 2, The ace of the 2011 staff was Roy Halladay, who won 19 games and posted an 8.8 WAR, and he was never the same again, suffering a shoulder injury the next season and winning just 15 more games in the majors. Wheeler, who had posted a 5.0 WAR before the season, ended when a blood clot was discovered near his right shoulder in August, will have to overcome a major injury at the age of 35, the same age that Roy Halladay was in 2012.
I don't like this article.
The average weighted age based on playing time of the 2011 Phillies position players was 31.5, the oldest in the National League. The average this year, 30.3, second oldest in the National League. The 2011 Phillies had locked themselves into some hefty long-term contracts for older players.
Here we go.
Howard signed a 5-year, $125 million deal that didn't begin until 2012. Cliff Lee had signed a $120 million extension running through 2015. They banked on Utley and Rollins to remain as stars as they entered their age 33 seasons in 2012, but that didn't happen.
So what'd they do wrong? What did they do wrong, Andrew?
They extended older players.
And what does everybody want them to do? What am I hearing breathlessly from the Phillies fan base? Let's sign a bunch of 30-something guys to long-term deals.
I'll push back. I don't think there's people breathlessly in the fan base.
I do.
I don't think so.
Are you Schwarber and Real Muto?
I saw more. I don't want to bring back Schwarber tweets over.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out.
Wait. I'm going to go to you guys. You think the majority of Phillies fans don't want to bring back Schwarber?
I think it's louder than ever before.
You think the majority?
Dude, I don't know. Statistically, I don't have a map.
I think the vast majority of Phillies fans want him back. The vast majority want him back.
Okay.
Two-thirds want Schwarber back. Two-thirds want Real Muto back. You're just going to double down on old. I'm telling you right now, you've seen the movie, folks, and you're begging for it again, and then you're all going to bitch and complain about it when it happens and go, why did they sign these contracts? Rip off the Band-Aid. You know what the Phillies run? Unlike the run from 07 to 11, you know what this Phillies run was? This Phillies run is they got hot for 6 weeks in 2022 in a season where everybody hated the Phillies. And then they got hot and everybody got excited. The worst regular season that they had ended up being their best postseason,
which is amazing.
We're basing this on a foundation that is very much shifting sands. I'm telling you right now, it's going to be sign these long-term contracts to old guys, and it's going to be a problem.
I also wonder how much of it is what Connor was saying. What other answer is there? Like for catcher, right?
Like that is just in all is to me is just craziness. There are catchers in baseball. There are catchers in minor league systems. There are catchers we don't know about. And sometimes you have to take a step back to not do that.
There's this guy that plays for the Angels that you could trade for. His name's Logan O'Hoppe.
I didn't think he was that great second half of the year, but if you had him.
Untouchable prospect. Right. All right, what do we got on the text line? Also, the Phillies thing that you can be a part of. Schwarber, Suarez, Real Muto, Bader, Alvarado. 5 potential free agents. Who would you want back? Order them, and if you can explain why, you can as well at 610-632-0975. What do we got?
All right, so we have a check-in here from, no name on this one, but they say, he wouldn't do it, but I would love to know what Vic Fangio says about the Eagles' offense right now. He might laugh in your face.
No, he would hate, I bet you he hates what the Eagles' offense is doing, because, again, I've said this 100 times already this season, and we're only 6 weeks in. I understand that the defense looked bad against the Giants this past Thursday. Inexcusable, right? But the previous 5 weeks, anytime the defense looked like they were giving up drive after drive, look at what the Eagles' offense was doing. 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. That Tampa Bay game, John, if I was a member on the Eagles' defense, I'm taking my own bus ride home. I hope they had a defensive player bus and an offensive player bus, because I would not have wanted to be near any of those players on offense, because they made me lose like 100 pounds of sweat.
It was tough. We couldn't figure it out. What's going on? Like how did they mismanage the clock so poorly with a lead?
Yeah.
With a big lead.
And the Eagles defense was just out there constantly.
Oh, my gosh.
Vic Fangio probably hates what the Eagles offense is doing. All right, coming up next. Kevin Patullo does deserve all the blame he's getting. He does. No more excuses. No more whatever. Collective. He deserves a lot of the blame. However, is someone else sneaking by with little heat? We'll get into that next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Whether you're at the job site, sitting in your cubicle, or even working from home, you need something entertaining to listen to.
When things are going really, really bad for your teams, people like to dig up old stuff. As you're listening to Kincade Salciunas on this Football Monday, presented to us by our friends at local Bryant Home Comfort Team. Visit opebryant.com to keep your HVAC in the starting lineup. Over the weekend, we already played you the clip from Jalen Hurts the day before the Super Bowl parade. I saw a couple of people tweet out the clip of Jalen Hurts during locker cleanout day talking about Patullo. Let's play it again. This was Jalen Hurts the week after the Eagles won the Super Bowl. Before the parade, we played it. We actually felt kind of gross playing it on parade day, right? Because parade day was such a festive day. But because the
supposed to be a happy day.
The route didn't cross over until the midday show with Mikey, Miss, and Bill, right? We had the morning, right? The sun was rising. But
it was
this
cold.
Was Jalen,
it was fun.
It was cold. This was Jalen Hurts talking about Kevin Patullo before he was promoted to be the offensive coordinator of the Eagles.
Kevin Patullo's never been he'd have a different role. So it's hard to compare, that role to this role because his job is going to demand something totally different of him. And I have a lot of confidence in him and what he's shown. However, I know, over the years I've learned that's out of my jurisdiction. And so kind of just taking things as they come and trying to go out there and be the best I can be and just learn and evolve.
By the way, dug up something.
Sure.
You know what wasn't out of his jurisdiction? Speaking on behalf of Brian Johnson when he was a candidate. Now, there's two answers for that. I'm going to give a little option. Maybe he got smacked down for that.
Maybe.
And he got told, don't be doing that. So I'm going to give Jalen maybe the benefit of the doubt that he got told you shouldn't be doing that. Or Jalen wanted to give Brian Johnson the benefit of the doubt, so he was willing to give him an endorsement, but he wasn't willing to give an endorsement.
Or maybe Jalen's like, can I just have a coordinator that wants to stick around here for,
well, the
for
thing
a couple of years?
The thing is, this is what happens.
Yeah.
You're in the top
when you're successful, absolutely.
Right.
So somebody dug that up, and now I saw the video circulating a lot. You put it in the email of Jalen Hurts once again talking about how he wanted the offense or how he wants the offense or how the offense does look. And it's the way that Jalen Hurts wants it to look. Mm-hmm. That's the quote.
Yeah.
The offense will look the way that Jalen Hurts wants it to look. So when we have our man Andrew DeCecco in studio, he brings this up a lot, and we will speak with our man Andrew coming up at 7:55 this morning, that it's a collective reason why the Eagles' offense is struggling. Offensive line has not looked like itself. They've looked better the last couple of weeks. Kevin Patullo might be struggling.
Might be. You're so kind.
There might be injuries to the offensive line that they're dealing with, of the guys that are still playing, not like Landon Dickerson, who is out. And maybe some of this falls on Jalen Hurts. And I'm telling you, I've said it a couple of times. I'm not afraid to say it. A lot of people like to walk on eggshells when it comes to Jalen Hurts because he is him. We love him. QB1, Super Bowl MVP. He's played poorly this year. And it's not just because of Patullo. He has missed open receivers. He has missed shots downfield. Where he normally hits those throws, he has struggled this year.
Okay, I think poorly is rough. Below his standard, yes.
All right.
Poorly,
well, the standard is the standard, and he'll tell you that.
Poorly is the bottom. Means you're at the bottom. I don't think he's been poorly. I think he's just been, by his standard, he has not been what you want.
Fine, he's played below his standard.
Yeah, I think that's good.
And that's part of the reason why the team looks the way that it does.
No questions asked.
Not just
no questions asked.
He's part of the blame.
Absolutely.
And so when Jalen Hurts says the offense is going to look the way Jalen Hurts wants it to look, I'm trying to figure out when is the offense his and when is it not. Because Saquon Barkley, we played the clip of him mic'd up last week. That play wasn't even in the playbook. The wheel route that they ran for the touchdown pass.
And by the way, another thing, too, when you hear that, they were like bragging that it wasn't in the playbook. That it wasn't.
It's the way I heard it.
That's the way.
I know Andrew pushed back on it a little bit.
That's the way I heard it,
I heard it that way.
That's the way I heard it, too. Like, that wasn't even in the playbook.
Yes. That's exactly how I heard it.
That's exactly
now,
as I heard
people hear things differently all the time.
By the way, that's exactly as Dan Orlovsky heard it.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just saying, is that Orlovsky heard it that way, that it's like, guys, that's not even in our playbook. In other words.
Yeah, they're making some stuff up on the fly. And look, Jalen's the guy. I want him to have more power. I do.
Right, so do we. Yeah, absolutely.
It's just not looked great. All right, what do we got on the text line?
All right, so we have people checking in on the Eagles offense a bunch, but Miz wants to talk about Philly sports in general. He says, in regards to all Philly sports teams, I'll say this. I'm tired of overpaying older players to underachieve.
Yay! There's a few people that agree with me. There are a few people. There's going to be people that agree with me out there, and I know it's going to be in the total minority, and I know we're going to sign the old players, and then people. I don't want to hear from one of the people. I don't want to hear from one of them when it all falls apart, because it's going to. It's going to.
Why is the age for Schwarber your number one reason why you would not bring him back? Because you agree that you only had a red October because of him.
If we didn't have the albatross contracts,
sure,
of Harper and Turner, I would absolutely want Schwarber back.
Right.
I would absolutely want it back. And by the way, I'll take Schwarber back before I take Real Muto back.
Yes, same.
Like, to me, I'll take Schwarber back before that. I'm not saying no to Schwarber, but one of the things I don't like about signing Schwarber is the age, the money, with another huge contract at the top of the lineup, which, by the way, didn't come through. Schwarber, again, second consecutive year, he was a non-factor for the most part in the postseason. And then you lock down your DH is somebody that, like, you have no options. Like, no other options, where if you were going to bring back JT Realmuto, I'd want to be able to have flexibility to have JT Realmuto be able to DH a couple times a week.
Or Harper, whose body is falling apart at times.
I think that's the idea, is that if you have flexibility at your DH, you have two guys there. You could you could maybe make them fresher in September and October by the fact that they're not, they're feeling better.
Look, I worry. It's not just the home runs that you lose. 132 RBI.
Oh, I know, because you can't count on Harper for it.
Do you know who?
You can't count on Harper.
Who came in second? It was Harper.
What with what?
78.
Oh my gosh, 75. That's awful.
That's 58 more runs batted in.
No, that's awful. That's awful.
That's 50, and that's why, to me, that's why again I made the case that he should win NL MVP. Again, it's a regular season award, not a playoff award, because he carried this team, and that's why I don't want to see him go. I understand your concerns, John.
Well, I just know that
the upfront, the top paid players.
I know how this is going to end. I know how they're going to be an old team.
I just need to know how you're going to find 132 RBI.
I'm going to tell you this: you're going to find old. They need the Ben Gay. You know what? Get Shaq in here with the icy hot.
I just need to know how you're going to replace 132 ribbies.
Oh, I don't know how you're going to, but you know what you're going to do?
You don't have any other bats that can do that, really.
You could go. There's a lot of other teams that find ways to do it.
Right, give me some names. Coming up next, text line. Also, John Kincade will give his 3 observations from a weekend of the NFL that made us feel worse. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles falling back to the pack. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles had the weekend off after falling to the Giants on Thursday Night Football to lead off Week 6. And at 4-2, they've now fallen back to the pack in the NFC as Tampa Bay and Green Bay both won yesterday. So where do the Birds go from here as they have an extended preparation for their road game in Minnesota this Sunday? Tim McManus joined Middays with Marks on Friday and talked about the talent, but also the feel of this Eagles season.
I mean, they have the pieces there, talent-wise. If you look up and down on rosters across the NFL, this is still right up there. But we know, every season takes on its own kind of feel to it. And I think that's basically what we're looking at here.
It certainly feels like the Eagles need a turning point right now in the early part of their season, so we'll be watching closely what the news is out of NovaCare this week. Flyers have their home opener tonight as they host the Florida Panthers. 2 teams played last Thursday down in Florida, with the Panthers winning 2-1. Puck drop 7 p.m. from the Xfinity Mobile Arena. You can hear that game live here on The Fanatic. Penn State fired James Franklin over the weekend after losing to Northwestern. $49 million buyout to get out from under the Franklin contract. We'll talk to Andrew DeCecco at 7:55. Tim Kelly of Vaughn Pattison at 9:25. This update's brought to you by AAA Tire and Auto Service. October is Car Care Month at your local AAA Tire and Auto Service location. Save $40 on any repair of $150 or more. Valid October 1st through October 31st. Visit AAA.com/mycar. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It's 7:26 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Johnny's going to give us 3 observations from the rest of the NFL in a weekend that probably made us all feel a little bit worse. Coming up here in a minute. I just saw something on our YouTube chat that I want to get into, but you have something you want to address.
Yeah, I want to just tell you both. I said I saw something on Saturday quickly that I've probably never seen. I was on the 9th green when Ross McKelvey got a hole-in-one on the 12th hole. So Ross goes out and shoots young Ross. He's one of those like skinny flat bellies, goes out like and effortlessly gets a hole-in-one.
Just plays golf.
The whole place goes nuts. So I'm playing with one of my high school classmates, Joe Dugan, who's president of the club. We get to the 11th hole. So that's on 12. We get to hole 11. He hits a great drive on 11, first drive. And on his second shot, albatross. He holes it from 230 yards out for an albatross. I've never seen an albatross. I've only been on a green on a par 5 into once in my life. He holes it from 230 out.
That's impressive.
On a par 5. What's more impressive to you?
For me personally, it's the albatross.
Or the albatross?
Albatross easy. It's
Albatross
2 shots
easy?
put together versus 1. You have to hit a good drive and a good second shot.
I can, and look, I think everybody could say this. You can luck into a hole-in-one.
Absolutely.
You can luck into one. You say you play with your brother who stinks.
Yeah, my brother stinks, and I love him, but he stinks.
And he has 2, right?
2 holes in one.
Yeah, you can luck into a hole-in-one.
Yeah, but can you luck in twice? That sucks.
Yeah.
But congratulations, Ross McKelvey and Joe Dugan for the albatross. But yesterday I put it out on Twitter to our listeners. It was overwhelming. Everybody said albatross is like, by the way, the odds are greater than like 1.5 million to 1.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The albatross.
It's tough. At least someone's got good sports luck right now.
Damn right.
Well, by the way, I didn't have it. I didn't have it. So congratulations to both those guys.
That's really cool. That's cool that you saw both. That's awesome.
I was like, that's crazy.
Real quick before we get your observations, I saw our YouTube chat. I love you guys. Are chiming in on the 5 players in order.
How are they? Is there any kind of
Well, there's one that I saw that I want to address. Joseph Brennan, Ranger is expendable. You can find a similar option in free agency.
Really?
And he says he went 12-8 with a career-high 157 innings pitched. You can find another guy that can go 10-10 in 150 innings that doesn't warrant a big contract when he only throws 150 innings. Now, here's the deal. Context, obviously, he got banged up, but that's a normal thing for Ranger, right? Ranger gets banged up. So I understand your concern about paying a guy who can't really pitch a full season healthy. I so totally understand that. We got to get wins and losses out of our conversation piece when it comes to base. Paul Skeens went 10-10. He stinks, right?
Correct.
It's
not about that. It's
wins
about
and
ERA.
losses has to go away. But here's the deal with Ranger. I know that he can pitch in the playoffs. Like, I know that dude, regardless of role, starter, long reliever, short, high leverage situation, NLCS 2022, I know that guy can go out there and pitch effectively in the playoffs. I have seen guys have great regular seasons like Clayton Kershaw, Hall of Fame pitcher. We did it the other day. His ERA is more than double in his career in the playoffs. So a guy like Ranger Suarez, I understand your concerns, Joseph Brennan. I totally understand it. But I know come playoff time, just like I've seen Harper pee himself in the playoffs and Schwarber pee himself in the playoffs and Turner pee himself in the playoffs. You want me to keep on going? Because I can.
It's a lot of peeing.
I know that Ranger Suarez is going out there and he's dry.
Yep.
I know it.
No,
I feel confident.
He's fantastic.
He gave up a first pitch home run. Said, that's all right.
By the way,
Let me
Ranger.
lock in. By the way, he's making that play that Kirk Green did.
Ranger, 22, 23, 24, 25. Is there any other Phillies player you can tell me that for 4 years you can say, yep, every single one of these years they've shown up and done a really, really good job, solid job?
Zach Wheeler up until the thoracic outlet syndrome.
He didn't. I mean, this year, it's not his fault, but he didn't. There's only one guy. That's Ranger Suarez. Only one guy. Wheeler didn't get to be.
But he
part
comes
of it
with his own shortcomings too, like the back stuff.
I got you. Maybe a little, maybe conditioning.
Could be. I don't know what it is.
But I'll take it.
So yeah. All right.
There you go.
Football music, please. Connor.
Here we go.
3 observations from the rest of the NFL. Well, from the NFL period, because the Eagles did not play yesterday after their loss on Thursday to the Giants. So Johnny, you do it at 7:30.
Yeah.
I do it at 8:30. Connor will do it in the 9 o'clock hour. The floor is yours.
I feel really good about saying this, despite the fact that I feel dread this morning about the Eagles after watching Red Zone all weekend. I observed quite a few things. One of them is this division should not end up being scary. The Eagles should be able to go and get 2 wins before the bye week to make it 6-2, and then find themselves in a good position to take the NFC East. If they open up the door by losing one of the next 2 weeks and open it up for the commodes to get back in this, I'm really going to be annoyed. I'm going to be annoyed because this division shouldn't be scary. The Cowboys aren't ready to compete. They've got 3 conference losses already. Giants have 3 conference losses already.
0-4 my picks yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, you did. We'll
Cowboys
get into that. Yeah. Look, this division shouldn't end up being scary. That's why this week's game is so huge for the Birds. Number 2. I had them as the preseason number 2 seed in the NFC. This morning they wake up the number 1 seed in the NFC. The Buccaneers are really, really good.
Yeah.
And that win that the Eagles got 2 weeks ago was really, really impressive. Even though it got harem-scarum. The Bucs are going to be a problem if they're healthy. And boy, did they take some more injuries yesterday.
Well, that's the thing, if they're healthy. Yesterday, already without Mike Evans, already without Bucky Irving yesterday, they end up losing Emeka Egbuka.
And he got the hamstring injury, which we're hoping we're going to find out about our own Quinyon Mitchell with his. That's if they're healthy, the Buccaneers are going to be a major problem. And the Birds don't want to go back to Tampa in the postseason. So you've got to get back even with them since you hold the tiebreaker. And last, gosh, is the NFC so much better than the AFC?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the NFC is just heads and shoulders, top to bottom, better than the AFC. The AFC's bad.
Well, and the AFC going into the season was top-heavy, right? Chiefs, Bills, Ravens. But look at what's going on with the Ravens. We'll see about the Chiefs. There was a nice win for them last night. The Bills are kind of really the only team that's been consistent. To your point, John, the NFC, man,
is much better. And the Commanders right now are the 9 seed going into action tonight, and they're 3-2. And they're the 9 seed in the NFC. They're out of the playoffs by 2 spots. The NFC is just distinctly better than the AFC, which makes it all the more critical that the Eagles get this stuff fixed and get it fixed fast.
And those are John Kincaid's 3 observations.
I hated
from
my
the
Red
NFL.
Zone Sunday.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be a great Sunday when you have Red Zone.
It sucks seeing a lot of the teams do what they had to do and what they could do, what we think the Eagles could do. But, man, the play calling, predictable, right?
Oh,
just no innovation. And let's play the clip again from the podcast. So I woke up this morning with just such a gross feeling that something's up.
Was it that hat?
Well,
might have been part of it.
I didn't sleep with it, John.
Might have been part of it.
The wife said no. I said, you want to try this?
Hey, no shame.
On September 5th of 2023, Nick Sirianni did a phone interview with Jeff McClain. Jeff McClain then posted it in January of 2024 on his podcast, Uncovering the Birds. But he wrote the story in September of 23. And when I read the story before the season, I'm not trying to act like I'm Mr. Smartso over here, but I hated reading it. This was Nick Sirianni's mindset going into the 2023 season after going to the Super Bowl in 2022 on what they wanted to do with the offense.
So, one thing we wanted to do with our team is, like, offensively, let's say, was try to really, it's not always about coming up with new plays and new wrinkles and new things like that. Sometimes it's just getting better, and a lot of times it's just getting better at your base stuff, right? And how do you coach it better, and how do you do it better, and then off of that, what are some wrinkles off of that? Not necessarily new things, but things that are wrinkles. And I guess I would say where I'm saying with that, where I'm going with that is that's kind of been the same way I've thought about year 3. Like, I don't think it's anything new. It's like, how do we get better at what we're already doing?
Now, the reason why I thought of that clip, thought of those quotes from Nick Sirianni, over the weekend, this was Saquon Barkley outside of his locker, kind of trying to shoot down the people that are talking about the predictable offense, and that's why it's struggling. This was Saquon Barkley.
I come from the school of thought that, majority of times or not, you're going to have an opportunity to play. You just got to be in the right spot. Someone misses, they make a play. Like, that's just football. Last year, Do you think we're predictable? I mean, everyone knew we were running the ball. We still got it all. So I think we also got to get back into that attitude, to that mindset. Not really giving a what people trying to do. And that's something that I'm definitely going to.
Just because you did stuff last year doesn't mean you could do it again this year. And that was one of my things that I kept on trying to push throughout the offseason, John. Don't copy-paste.
Nope.
Don't copy-paste your offense just because you have a new offensive coordinator. Oh, he's been in-house, right? How many times did we hear that?
Oh, no, we heard that. He's been here.
He knows what works. He knows what doesn't.
He was a part of the play calling. No, he was not. I went back and listened to almost every mic'd up that I could from last year. You ever hear Kevin Petula's voice?
No. Never. All right, coming up next, we have a home opener tonight.
Can't wait.
We'll tell you about a very special guest that will be coming up. Also, I can't believe they did it. What a crazy week and weekend in Philadelphia, or should I say Pennsylvania sports. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Unfiltered with Ricky Bo, Bill Colarulo, and Silvana Kelleher.
97.5 The Fanatic on this football Monday, but also a home opener Monday as the Philadelphia Flyers, for the first time in the Xfinity Mobile Arena, regular season that is, they will be playing tonight, hosting the Panthers, who they started the season against in Florida, losing 2-1. Then they got the all-important point, Connor.
Yeah.
On Saturday, losing the Canes. That was a tough way to lose. And again, it's just the way Philadelphia sports has been going
just
right
the
now.
disallowed goal into immediately giving one up is ridiculous.
Bobby Brink scores, and they say there's goalie interference, and so they take it away, and then the Canes win it. And it's so funny. So Saturday night, to pull behind the curtain of my life, my wife spent the night. Her girlfriends got together. They had a wine night, right? Don't drink and drive, right? So it was just me. I put Coop to bed, and I'm watching the Flyers game. And I'm tweeting about it, and people are saying, why are you doing this to yourself? Like, why are you doing this? I'm like, come on. Like, it's beginning of a season. I love beginning of seasons, regardless of what I think. I know this team's rebuilding. I know there's no high expectations for the Flyers this year. They're probably going to stink.
Hey, they've never lost at the X.
So I'm watching this game, and I see the overtime, and I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? It's just another horrible loss. Now, when it comes to the levels, obviously it has nothing to nowhere does it compare to the Phillies losing a playoff series by an errant throw by a reliever that can't pitch with runners on base. It doesn't even reach the same level of the Eagles losing on a Thursday night to the New York Giants. But losing in overtime the way that they did following the last couple of days for Philadelphia sports, Johnny, Saturday night sucked. It was a kick in the nuts. Another kick in the nuts.
I sort of agree with the call.
I got you. No, it just sucks.
I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I didn't like the call being made at the time, but
it just sucks that it happened.
When I saw it in slow motion, it's one of those things when you see it in slow motion, you go, okay, I can get it.
Sure.
We used to try to run Martinez like that. That was always our strategy when we played Jason Martinez, who was great on Friday, was great hearing Jason back. When I would have to coach against him,
yeah, sure.
I would always have someone going through the crease trying to mess with him, knock him down.
So that's
do
why
whatever.
You're a great coach.
Trying to get in his head.
So Canes beat the Flyers Saturday, but tonight's the home opener. And coming up at 8:25, our man Travis Konechny, TK, is going to be joining the show.
I got to ask him a difficult question, though. Got to ask him a difficult question.
Okay.
I got to ask him if he's turned the page, because he's a lot of little digs at John Tortorella. And I talk about it on the air, so I got to ask him.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask him.
Sounds good.
So we got to ask him. I wonder if he's turned the page.
Sure.
Because it seems like there's some stuff that's underneath the surface.
So we got the Checo coming up at 7:55, 10 minutes from now. TK, Travis Konechny at 8:25, and another TK, Tim Kelly at 9:25, Vaughn Pattison, to talk about the future of the Phillies.
I wonder what his 5 would be.
Yeah, well, we'll ask him. What do we got on the text line, Connor, before we talk about a major shakeup in college football?
So we have had a couple texts come in from various texters asking, John, with your list of the top 5,
yes,
the replacements for Schwarber and Realmuto, like who do you have in mind for that?
Well, I have to see who's going to be available from other teams, and that's what your president of baseball operations is going to do. What I want is I look at other teams. I'm looking at the other teams in the playoffs. I'm looking at the other teams that are still alive in the playoffs right now. And I look at their lineups and I go, you know what they aren't? Well, first off, they're not top-heavy, old, underachieving in the postseason lineups. You've seen 3 years in a row of it now. I think it's that you're just fooling yourself if you're thinking that another year older, they're going to work. So I've got to get younger, and I need flexibility with my DH spot. So if I'm going to re-up on that, unless you can find somebody to take the contract of Trey Turner off your hands.
Right.
If you could move, and I would think if you have any chance to move Trey Turner's contract, it's this offseason.
After hitting 304.
Right. If you have any chance to move that contract, which Spot Track tells you is one of the worst contracts in baseball right now, despite he wins a batting title, and they tell you it's one of the most immovable contracts. That is, I want them. That's their job to do. If anyone's telling you, well, who are you going to get? There are catchers in baseball. And yes, you are definitely going to have to take a step back. You might have to take a step back a little bit as far as you're going to get a guy who maybe for next year isn't as good as JT Realmuto as a defensive catcher. I'm totally fine with it. I don't want to be sitting here in the next year going through the same thing
Until
again.
we start complaining about another defensive player.
And then all the
stinks.
old players that this team is going to be built around.
Okay, so I'll ask you this right now. Are you comfortable with the Phillies not making the playoffs next year
I don't
to move
think they
on
won
from Schwarber and Realmuto?
No, they won the division by 13 games. I'm completely comfortable that the moves that they make with the payroll they have to spend, that they can go and find players. How about if they signed – how about just give it to you here. How about if they let Schwarber walk, they let Realmuto walk, they go and get a young catcher, they go and get Pete Alonso. They go and get I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think of other guys that are.
By the way,
available.
I would do Pete. I would sign Pete Alonso in a second. I wanted him last year.
And by the way,
I hated the nonsense that for whatever reason they didn't sign him.
And I know-
thought that was completely mishandled by Dave Dombrowski.
And by the way, I think Pete Alonso telegraphed the end of the year by saying that he was going to take his free agency. Like as soon as the season was over with the Mets, he was like, "I'm out the door here.
Yeah, pretty
I'm
much.
done."
Yeah.
So to me, I would absolutely. Like, I do not want to see it rolled back.
No,
I do not want to. So whatever it takes to not roll it back, sign me up.
All right. By the way, the Penn State and Nittany Lions are not rolling it back with James Franklin. I was amazed that it happened.
I was shocked.
Now, here's the deal. So, James Franklin, and again, look, John and I are two Temple Owls, and so we don't root for Penn State.
No, I do not.
We actually enjoy the misery.
No, I enjoy the misery
of the Nittany Lions, but we also understand
it's a rivalry in sports,
right? We also understand that there are people that listen to the show that are diehard Penn
and
State
that's
fans,
great.
right?
Enjoy your team, root for your team. I'm going to root for my team, and you do what you got.
So if you want to react to Penn State firing James Franklin, feel free. It's 610-632-0975. When he was no longer the safe coach, that's what got his job lost. Because remember, he would beat up on the schools of the poor.
Oh, that's what he did.
And then he would lose to Ohio State, right? He would lose to the other big schools in their conference. They would lose big games, which is why the whole big game James thing was such a joke. They would beat up on the schools of the poor.
That's what Penn State
When you
is.
lose back-to-back weeks to teams that you were favored by 20 points over, that's when you lose your
That's what
job.
Penn State's done for a long time, though.
Yeah.
Just beat up on little sisters and
They get nationally ranked for it.
Correct. That's
right?
been Penn State's. That's what they've done.
Think about the start of their season. 3 bad teams, bye week before Oregon. Right?
And that's it.
The way their schedule shapes up.
They'll always have that big Villanova win.
Yeah, right, exactly.
That's
Didn't
big.
even cover.
Yeah,
this is
I know.
what Penn State's. This is what Penn State's done a long time as a program.
But I
They
know
don't
there's
beat
a lot of
anybody
people.
consequence.
I know a lot of people celebrated it. So if you want to celebrate, you can. Or if you're worried, because I already see a lot of top recruits. Because that's the one thing James Franklin had for him. His recruiting was incredible.
Oh, he could.
And there was a lot of kids that have already decommitted over this weekend. So if you want to react, you can. 610-632-0975. Coming up next, Andrew DeCecco has had the chance to watch the tape since the Eagles lost on Thursday. How bad did it look? We'll find out next as Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles have some company. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles had the weekend off after falling to the Giants on Thursday Night Football to lead off Week 6. And at 4-2, they've now got a little company near the top of the NFC as Tampa Bay and Green Bay both won again yesterday. So where do the Eagles go from here as they need to figure some things out? They have an extended preparation for their road game in Minnesota this Sunday with the long week. Tim McManus joined Middays with Marks on Friday to talk about the talent level of the Eagles, but also the feel of the season.
I mean, they have the pieces there, talent-wise. If you look up and down on rosters across the NFL, this is still right up there. But we know, like, every season takes on its own kind of feel to it. And I think that's basically what we're looking at here.
Certainly feels like the Eagles need a turning point one way or another to try and figure some things out. We'll keep an eye on that this week. The Flyers have their home opener tonight as they host the Florida Panthers. The two teams played last Thursday down in Florida. The Panthers won 2-1. Puck drops at 7 p.m. from the Xfinity Mobile Arena. You can hear that game live here on The Fanatic. We'll have Travis Konechny of the Flyers join us at 8:25. And in college football news, Penn State fired James Franklin over the weekend, a $49 million buyout for him. Andrew DeCecco joins us coming up next for the latest on the Birds. This update's brought to you by Groundworks, your trained and certified experts for basement waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection at groundworks.com. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, A. Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. And joining us now on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. He's now finally had a chance to watch the tape after his late night traveling back from MetLife Stadium following the Eagles' loss to the New York Giants this past Thursday from inside the Birds. And, of course, here on 97.5 The Fanatic, our man Andrew DeCecco joins us. Andrew, good morning, man. What's going on, brother?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
All right, so now that you've had the chance to review the tape, not just watch the game live, but also to review the tape, just how bad was the Eagles' offense in the second half, and what the hell is going on with them?
Well, it wasn't good, guys, and it's not often that you can watch an Eagles game and say that they got out-physicaled on both sides of the football, but it just wasn't. It wasn't synchronized. There was no there's no rhythm to the offense, and really it was a byproduct of a lot of what we've seen throughout the season, culminated over the course of 4 quarters this time, for the better part of 4 quarters. And a lot of the things that they've gotten away with earlier in the season sort of caught up to them. And I don't want to put out a blanket statement. There's a lot of different nuances that contributed to it, but it certainly wasn't a good performance across the board, especially on defense, which I think that they've done a really good job for the better part of the season in, given the fact that they were put in some really challenging situations this season with the offense going 3 and out at a pretty high clip and having to go out there and play, in some cases, north of 70 snaps. But they did not hold up their end Thursday night against the Giants.
How many times have we this season, though, had the same conversation about this offense?
I mean, we've had these conversations for over a month now. So,
I mean, it's because to me, it's at the point now where I need someone within that organization to start coming up with something and saying, this is what we're going to do to fix it. This is what we're going to do to change it. And it's more than just injury, because I watched Red Zone yesterday and I found it to be an annoying Sunday, because I watched teams with backup quarterbacks playing. I watched teams that probably had 2 guys maybe that could ever even start for the Eagles on offense, and their offenses were creative, were more fluent. I can't understand how this is going to be tolerated much longer.
Yeah, well, I mean, to your point there, John, I mean, you can look across the NFL, and foundationally teams have a different approach than the Eagles do. And for certain teams, you could cherry pick a drive, a series, a half, and yeah, it's going to look better. But, and I'm not absolved, the offense needs to look better. I mean, to have this kind of talent and not be able to establish any sort of synchronicity or continuity and put up points, they should be able to roll out of bed and essentially be able to put up 27, 30 points every week. That's how talented they are. But you would have to think at some point you have to go back to this drawing board and get a little bit more creative. Now, were they predictable last year? Yes. But when you have a dynamic rushing attack with Saquon Barkley and at the time the league's best offensive line, you're able to do that. And that covered some of the deficiencies in the passing game, because I remember you were kind of vocal about Kellen Moore early last season, John, and the passing game not looking particularly well. Well, they got the rushing attack going, and that was never really a point of conversation. But now that the rushing attack's not there and they can't lean on that, you're seeing some of the same, I guess, deficiencies or inefficiencies in terms of the passing game now that they have to lean on that when the running game's not there. And it's really been that way for 2-3 years now.
So what can you do? Let's try to talk about this logically, because I know fans will say, fire Patullo. All right, well then what are you going to do, right? And I'm not saying that I want to keep Patullo because I think he's doing a great job. You're 6 games into the season. You install your playbook during the offseason. It's not like you can just grab Mike McDaniel if he gets fired by the Dolphins and all of a sudden you're going to have pre-snap motion constantly. So logically, what can the Eagles offense do to improve what we have seen through 6 weeks?
Well, one, they have to get healthier along the offensive line. There are certain things they can do that, Nick Sirianni always says, master the things that require no talent. Well, getting to the line of scrimmage faster. I mentioned when I was on with you guys last Thursday that the Eagles are last in the NFL in that, and they were 31st last season. That also impacts the ability to do the pre-snap motion and things like that. Then I believe you just have to get your passing targets involved earlier, and on short completions and things like that to keep the offense on schedule. They do some curious things in terms of running the football and 12 personnel when it's clearly not working. You could try to go more 11 personnel. When you do go 12 personnel, you can implement someone like a Cam Latu instead of maybe a Grant Calcaterra or Kylan Granson. Those are things you can do from a personnel standpoint to alleviate some of these symptoms that we're seeing in terms of the offense not holding up their end. Will Shipley, and in the summer and in the preseason and all that, he was a very effective receiving option, and one would think that would add another layer, another dimension to this offense, the checkdowns, and allow him to maneuver and create yards after the catch, and those plays can give defenses different looks. He hasn't really been utilized. In fact, they went to A.J. Dillon late in that game and used him as a receiver. So I think that there are certain things that they could do that are maybe, and use some players who are a little bit underutilized, and then they just have to get more aggressive from pillar to post and put together 4 quarters of football.
Okay, I know you've already probably peeked ahead. How dangerous or how advantageous is the upcoming opponent to them potentially getting this offense fixed when this trip to Minnesota looms?
Yeah, they're this is a tough opponent. They have Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. If the Eagles don't have a healthy Quinyon Mitchell, that will prove to be problematic. But what the Minnesota Vikings and Brian Flores historically like to do is they like to get really aggressive, and they'll attack the line of scrimmage and throw a lot at the quarterback. But what I will say is that Jalen Hurts has done a really nice job this year of handling the blitz, and then it's usually the tale of two halves, because then teams have sort of deviated from that plan, and they go to a heavy zone, or they drop players into coverage. There's a lot of sim pressures, and that's where you see the Jekyll and Hyde nature of the passing game. But I just think that the Vikings have, if the Eagles weren't able to really establish anything against the Giants, and I understand every game has its own personality, but the Vikings are pretty well equipped to get after the quarterback, and they have some players there on the back end that can take the football away and take away some of your primary receiving options. So I don't like that matchup particularly, but you have that mini bye week, and hopefully you're able to go back to the drawing board if you're the Eagles and figure out a way to get this thing rolling. And you listen to Saquon Barkley, and he believes that they have to stay true to what they're doing. Lane Johnson had a different opinion, talking about the predictability and how they need to become more consistent, and the spurts that they've shown does not equate to winning football. But I think that maybe you have those days there that you can use that to get on the same page and build something moving forward, because that has to look a little bit better, a lot better than what it's looked like thus far. Andrew
DeCecco with us on the Comcast Business Hotline. Last year, they benefited from the Week 5 bye. They were hurt, they were banged up, and they also needed to change the way that offense looked. This year, they benefit from the bye happening right before the NFL trade deadline, which is actually kind of good timing for Howie Roseman. So I'll ask you, Andrew, I know you don't really like speculating, but something's going to happen. You know Howie Roseman will make a move. How aggressive do you believe he will be? And is it more likely CB2 or another edge rusher for the Philadelphia Eagles?
You guys know me. I'm not in the business of speculating, and I'm always mindful of the fact that, being misquoted here. But I would say that if it were me, I would look at edge, at the edge rusher position, because that's going to ultimately help the third level of the defense. They are coming up empty more often than not every week. Zadarius Smith has a sack and a half. Patrick Johnson has a sack. They put a lot on the plate of Jalix Hunt this season. Nolan Smith's still out. I think they need to add another prominent piece there in terms of rushing the quarterback, and that changes the whole complexion of that defense. I really believe it. That's what they're missing, and then all of a sudden the secondary looks a lot better. But it's one thing to say that that's what they need, but there's going to be a lot of teams that are contenders that are going to be looking for pass rush. Every team's looking to amplify their coverage and their pass rush, so it's easier said than done. I'm not exactly sure how they might be able to go about doing it, but they've already added a corner in Jacorian Bennett. He should be coming back late October from the pec injury, and we'll have to see how it goes, but they do need to add a piece or two to fortify that group, because I like what they have, but they have to build on that, because they don't quite have enough, in my estimation.
All right, Andrew. Listen, man, we appreciate
job,
the time
Andrew.
as always,
We'll see you
brother.
Thursday.
We'll see you on Thursday, and hopefully it's a better week for the Eagles this upcoming Sunday.
Talk to you Thursday, guys.
There's our man Andrew DeCecco on the Comcast Business Hotline. Yeah, offense needs to get better, big time, and it's going to be interesting. That for content purposes, great week to have the bye week leading up to the trade deadline. Great week.
Yes, it is.
Selfishly, great timing.
Yes.
Really appreciate the NFL schedule for allowing that to happen. But they're going to get look, there was already whispers this weekend. And it's going to be either corner or edge. Those are your two positions. All right, coming up next, our second opinion segment. Normally done on a Tuesday because the Eagles typically play on Sundays. But because they played on Thursday, and because Friday was such a busy day with both the Eagles and Phillies, this is a great chance to give some other observations from the loss on Thursday. One more day to relive it, then we move on. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia is a sports city full of passion.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this football Monday. Presented to us by our friends at the local Bryant Home Comfort Team. Visit nopaybryant.com to keep your HVAC in the starting lineup. Last Friday, we were reacting to both the Eagles' loss and, of course, the Phillies being eliminated from the postseason to the Los Angeles
Quite a day,
Dodgers.
wasn't it?
Oh, man,
wasn't it a great day?
It did suck. Today is our chance to kind of relive another sucky day. Eagles, Giants, they lose 34-17. It's time now for our second opinion segment.
You might not always agree with what you hear. Sometimes you need a second opinion. Brought to you by the consultants in medical oncology and hematology.
Tell us about them, Johnny.
I would just tell you that if you get a cancer diagnosis in your family or you get one yourself, the consultants in medical oncology and hematology gave me my life back. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm thriving. That's why I'm feeling great. They're awesome.
Damn right they are. All right, I'll start off with something positive because last week you tried doing that and then it didn't go well for the Eagles. So hopefully if I try to play the positive card during post-show headlines, that maybe it'll lead into something great. Nothing really new, but because the Eagles looked so bad this past Sunday, we didn't talk about much of the good. Dude, Dallas Goedert's having a hell of a year. And
he is.
I understand he is a potential injury at any. Was that yours? Did I take
Absolutely.
yours? All right. I know that he could get hurt at any point, and that's why we've been talking about the replacement to Dallas Goedert for like 3 seasons now. But we also say when he is on the field, he is an impact. He is an effective player for this Eagles offense. I love that they're using him more. I love this weird gadget play that they're doing, pitching it to him in the red zone, different directions. We saw it when we were in Tampa. We saw it again this past week against the Giants. 9 catches, 110 yards, and a touchdown for Dallas Goedert. I'm going to guess he's on pace for a career year. I mean, 2021, he had 830 yards receiving. That was his best.
And what's he at now?
He's at 243.
He's on pace for a career year, then.
This was the biggest yardage game.
Yeah.
Because remember, 44 week 1, 33 week 2, 37 week 3, 19 against the Broncos, but all impactful, right? The 33 yards he had against the Rams was 1 catch, and it was that touchdown that kind of got the ball rolling for them offensively in the second half. He's been a big part of this Eagles offense this year. And, man, why not use him more? Why not have more game? Maybe not 110, but 60s, 70s? Clearly the connection with AJ and Devontae aren't there, so Dallas Goedert's my second observation.
I love that one.
Thank you. What do you got?
I'm going to tell you that my observation would absolutely be this: is when I look at what the Eagles are doing, I'm frustrated that not enough people have had a voice to speak up and not tell us what's going on. Not throw people under the bus, but tell us what's going on. I don't think there's been enough anger out of the room. I don't think there's been enough, I'm appalled with what's going on. I'm talking about kicking lockers, and I'm talking about a look of anger. I'm really hoping that we start to see some disgruntled people, because I got to tell you, I'm a little disgusted with the it's all going to be fine. We'll get this thing fixed mentality.
Yeah, but we don't know what's going on behind closed doors.
No. I think it matters that you at least give a message of, we understand your frustration. We understand to our consumers. We understand to our fan base. This looks like crap, and we're not going to tolerate it either. It's been very much laissez-faire.
But actually say it. Don't tweets. Like, actually
say it.
Because we don't disagree with A.J. Brown being frustrated. It's just the way you go about it is
I
the
gotta
issue
tell
sometimes.
You, I don't think it's been a very likable 2025 Eagles team. I'm just going to say it right now. They went from being extremely likable last year. I don't think it's been a very likable bunch. They're not handling their business very well.
I've had no problem with,
and I hope it changes this weekend.
Other than the AJ tweet, I
hope it changes.
I don't have any feeling about likability or dislike. I don't have that feeling at all. What do you got, Connor?
All right, so this is my third opinion since he stole my second opinion, because Dallas Goedert's been really good this year when he's been available. But let's talk safety a little bit, because Drew Makuba has something going on. And I know he's a rookie, but that dude has trouble tackling.
I brought it up on Friday. There was a play where he was an absolute mess. He ran into one of his teammates, and then he just completely whiffed on a tackle. Should I say the name again?
No.
Yeah.
No. You're going to say the wrong name, because my second opinion is not about Drew Makuba. There's a guy who's supposed to step up and be that guy who can tackle, be that guy who can hit, supposed to be the leader on the defense, the oldest player on the defense.
Who, Reed?
Reed's got to step up a little more, man.
Yeah, Reed needs to step up.
We can't do the Chauncey Gardner-Johnson should be your thing. He got cut by a team like through the first month of the season.
Reed needs to step up.
My concern with Reed has been that without Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, he has not been good. You guys laugh at me. You guys pick on me. You guys try to beat me up, call me not a football guy.
You pick on him.
Yeah.
But yes, he needs to be better.
Yeah. When he's the guy, it's not great. When he is paired up with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, Reed Blankenship plays well, and I will give him that credit. But you're right, Mr. Leadership Council, it's not going well for Reed.
No, he needs to step up. It needs to be better. But guess what? On the list of people that needs to step up and be better, man, he's not in the top 2 on my list.
Sure.
Not the top 3 on my list, right?
Sure.
Honestly. So it's this team has a lot of things, but it's all, we'll get it fixed. It's okay. And Nick Sirianni's the one who's most of all giving me that message.
Hopefully the 10 days, the mini bye helps out. All right, tell us about CMOH one more time.
I will just tell you that I had somebody in my life come up with a cancer diagnosis, and I said, go see the Sprandios. They'll take care of you. Their entire practice is marvelous, and this person is now on a road to getting treated.
I love that. I love that.
They're
and
awesome.
we did not do today's headlines, which would have been brought to us by who, Connor?
Oh, our friends over at Lundy Law for over 70 years. Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers, visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com.
All right, now hit us with a text message at 610-632-0975. We've been bouncing the Eagles and the Phillies. Our Phillies discussion. We have a different sort of talking point every day this week.
Yeah, we're going to try one each day that we can sort of like a decompression from the Phillies season.
And the Phillies question is, of the 5 free agents with Schwarber and Real Muto and Alvarado and Harrison Bader.
Rank them.
Yeah.
In your priority of bringing them back.
And then the Eagles, have you reached a point of concern? What do we got?
Ray from Center Valley has a plan for the Phillies, and he says, let JT and Schwarber walk, split Turner and Harper in the lineup, and I sign Bregman and Tucker and bring up Crawford to balance the lineup better than what we've seen in the past.
Well, Crawford's coming here.
Yeah.
Crawford's going to be.
No more excuses here with the freaking Phillies and Justin Crawford.
They can't. No more excuses, and they.
My God.
It's got to be.
So what? Bregman's your third baseman with Pop from the right side.
He's not cheap though. And how old's he?
Neither will be Pete Alonso.
No, Pete Alonso though is young still.
He's turning 31 before the season.
31.
Yeah. That's not.
It's another
Not
old
young,
chicken.
yes.
That's another old player.
Yeah, but you're not going to sign. You're not signing Pete Alonso to 6 years.
Well, you might have to,
No.
depending on what another team will throw at him.
I don't think he didn't get He didn't get offered a 3-year deal.
Yeah, but
last
after
year.
this past season, 38 home runs, 126 RBI.
What did he have the year before?
272 batting average. The year before, he had 34 home runs, 88 RBI. So he had almost 40 more ribbies this year.
The
same amount of games, played all season.
I don't think he's getting a 6-year deal type of thing from anybody. This lockout thing's going to change things.
That's a good point. That's a very good
point. By
point.
the way, thanks to Bet Parks, Connor, you're 12-12 at 50% after a 2-2 week. I went 2-2 this week. I'm 15-9.
Rough week.
63%. And we have our second Shankosaurus of the year.
Rough week, man.
Andrew Salciunas.
0-4.
10-14 on the season at 42%. He's got to fire the GM or something.
Don't worry. No concern yet. No concern. It'll get better.
Is this Nick Sirianni's press conference?
That hat's fitting you today.
Thank you very much to Bet Parks.
All right, coming up next, I give my 3 observations from the NFL this weekend. Also, we are 2 weeks away from seeing something. We better see something. Oh, Travis Konechny's next. I'm sorry. We'll get to that later on. TK. The orange and black comes our way next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Birds are trying to straighten things out. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles had the weekend off after falling to the Giants on Thursday Night Football to lead off NFL Week 6. And at 4-2, they've now fallen back to the pack in the NFC as Tampa Bay and Green Bay both won yesterday. So where do the Eagles go from here? They have some things that figured out in their extended preparation week for their road game in Minnesota this Sunday. And Tim McManus joined Middays with Marks to talk about where the Birds are at right now in the fuel of the season.
I mean, they have the pieces there, talent-wise. If you look up and down on rosters across the NFL, this is still right up there. But we know like every season takes on its own kind of feel to it. And I think that's basically what we're looking at here.
We'll have our eyes on the Birds closely this week as they try and figure some of this stuff out that they have wrong. The Flyers have their home opener tonight as they host the Florida Panthers. Two teams played last Thursday down in Florida. The Panthers won that game 2-1. Puck drops at 7 p.m. from the Xfinity Mobile Arena. You can hear that game live here on the Fanatic, and we'll talk to Travis Konechny coming up next. In college football news, Penn State fired head coach James Franklin over the weekend, a $49 million buyout to get out from under that deal. This update is brought to you by Aleve. Traffic and body pain can slow you down, but don't let the pain stop you. With just one pill, Aleve provides up to 12 hours of pain relief so you can keep moving. Use as directed. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Kincade Salciunas, 6 to 10 a.m.
It is 8:26 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. It might be a football Monday, Johnny, which is brought to us by our friends at the local Bryant Home Comfort Team. Visit OPayBryant.com to keep your HVAC in the starting lineup. But it's also a home opener Monday. Tonight at the new Xfinity Mobile Arena, the Flyers hosting the Florida Panthers, second time in 3 games. Brought to us by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Tickets for all Flyers home games available at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com or on the new Philadelphia Flyers app. Available now on the App Store or Google Play. And joining us now on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. My first question for him, John, and my first question for everybody. Can you guys believe that this is the 10th season for Travis Konechny in the orange and black? TK, 10 years, man. First off, congratulations. But can you believe that it's been that long this quick?
Hey, no. I mean, it flies by. You get into the league, and everyone tells you to enjoy it while you can, because you'll be out of the league as soon as you know it. And here I am, 10 years in, but it's been a blast.
It's exciting. I want to know who you pissed off, though. How did you get Florida, Carolina, Florida to start a year with a new coach? I mean, it's a good test, and you guys have gotten off to a nice start. You played 2 really, really good games, but this is quite the test to get it rolling.
Yeah, no, I know. Definitely something we noticed right away on the schedule. But like you said, I think it's been a good test for us, and I think we've answered, pretty well, like, other than a few mistakes. But we've showed up in the first 2 games and definitely been right there and had a chance to go either way in those games. So
this is your 10th home opener with the Flyers, which is still crazy to me. But how different is this year in years past, right? You have a new head coach in Rick Tocchet, as John brought up. You have new faces around you. It's year 2 of Matvei Michkov. Where does this one compare from the previous 9 years where you start looking about what's ahead for the Philadelphia Flyers?
Yeah, it's different. I mean, it definitely feels like, we've kind of turned the corner here, and, some of the younger talent, the line of Bobby Brink, Cates, and Forrester, like, some of those guys taking another step and making us that much better. Our D, couple of guys on the back end take another step. So it definitely has a different feel to this year, and when you get a new coaching staff, sometimes it's just refreshing, and guys get back to work and want to prove themselves. So definitely got a different feel this year for sure.
Tell us a little bit about the transition from John Tortorella to Rick Tocchet, because at times, John Tortorella, a little bit of a tough love guy. I could never tell how much you love Torts, because you were very positive on some of the things that he did as your coach. And at other times, I wondered if you were really all on board with everything he did. How was it different under Tocchet?
Yeah, I had a great relationship with Torts. I really enjoyed having him. That for me personally. And then Talk, yeah, same thing. I mean, I think he actually has some of the same style to him as Torts, as far as you kind of know where you stand with Talk and what he expects, and he wants to hold guys accountable. But I think there's a little bit more of a relationship there with Talk playing the game and understanding maybe a little bit more of the player side of things, and he's involved in a lot of the drills and stopping practice, and wants guys to pay attention to detail. And there's some similarities, but definitely some differences for sure.
You had a chance to play with Claude Giroux, who, of course, we all realize how great of a center he was for the Flyers for quite a long time. You're now playing with the next big name in the orange and black, and Matvei Michkov. What have you been able to just sort of gain from watching him play, playing alongside him, where you go, all right, this guy's going to be pretty special?
Yeah, he's got the ability to be a game changer. I think, you don't come across guys with that skill set very often. For him, it's more or less trying to figure out, both sides of the puck and able to get him the puck back and create more offense. And once he starts figuring that out, he's going to be a pretty hard player to play against.
Can you tell us a little bit about what would be a realistic expectation of this Flyers team as we embark on the home schedule tonight, for fans who wonder, what can we expect in year 3 of what is the rebuild, the relaunch, the Jones-Briere administration?
I mean, I think you got a good look at it in the first two games there. You know, those are two good teams, like you said, and hard to play against. You know, you got the champions there, and then the Canes, who have been in the playoffs multiple seasons in a row, and they've perfected that style of play. And we stood in there with them, went toe-to-toe with both teams, and gave ourselves a chance. And I think that's kind of the way it's going to be all year. Is, we just want to be a hard team to play against and, continue to give ourselves opportunities to win games.
You can get tickets for all Flyers home games at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com or the new Flyers app. TK, you know what this city can be like having the back of its teams, right? Phillies, Sixers, Eagles. And, of course, you know it at the time with Flyers when things were buzzing. It's been a couple of years since the Flyers were playoff contenders. How excited are you to see now the Xfinity Mobile Arena, but once again the barn getting fired up for Flyers hockey again?
Yeah, I'm really excited to be back. I mean, especially hopefully putting a good team in front of them to give them something to be excited about. And I've been around here with the Eagles and the Phillies doing all their success as of late, and it's contagious. You want to be a part of it, and you want those fans packing in your barn. So, we're just going to keep working away here, but there's a lot of good things to look forward to.
Looking forward to a big night tonight. I'm going down tonight. Should be a good time.
Oh, it's going to be great.
You guys played the Panthers well on opening night. Let's put a loss on them tonight, all right?
Yes, sir. Got you.
All right, TK, we appreciate
your marching
it, man.
orders.
Yeah, go get them tonight. Thanks for the time, man. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, cheers.
There he is, Travis Konechny on the Comcast Business Hotline. Just a couple hockey guys chopping it up.
Can't wait.
We both dropped barn. In the question, barn.
Yeah.
In the answer, barn. John was rolling his eyes at me over the weekend.
Yeah.
I was tweeting about the Flyers, talking about the power play.
Yeah.
See, you think very little of my hockey intellect.
No, I don't. No, I do not. I just...
Well, you saw me tweeting about it. You rolled your eyes. Why'd you roll your eyes at my tweet on Saturday?
You're trying hard. I get it. I give you credit. You're trying hard.
Look, I told you my son's getting into it.
You're trying hard. I like that. I like that he's doing that.
Yeah, TK just gave you guys cheers. That might be beer later with TK after the game.
It could be.
I understand that tonight I'm thinking there could be a cheers with Ricky Bowe and Bill Colarulo are heading down tonight.
Oh, is that right?
So there could be a beer with them in the future.
Big night at the X.
I had a beer with Ricky Bottalico on Saturday.
A beer with Ricky Bottalico is never a bad thing. I have not had a beer with Colarulo. So I want to. Is he a beer guy?
No, I think he's like
Is he a cocktail guy?
Like vodka, water, no calories.
I take
muscles.
him like a Mad Men guy.
I think he puts protein in his his cocktails.
I would like to I almost forgot to wish tonight. I'm going with my buddy Joe tonight to the game, but wish my godson Andrew Amicone turns 30 today.
Oh, how about that? The big 3-0.
Big 3-0 today. Now he's a married man.
Not as old as Connor.
Now he's
still washed. Once your age starts with a 3, you're done.
30 years old today, so God bless my godson Andrew.
Phils could sign him. He's in the age range.
Love you, Andrew.
By the way, 10 years? Did you guys realize it when I said it?
No, man.
I would have. It's funny if you asked me how long's he been here, I would have said 8.
He's been here basically my entire time here at the Fanatic. Like I remember getting like really excited for this guy that was a ball breaker, because he still is. I mean, that's what he's great.
I don't want to call him immature, right? Because that feels backhanded. But he's always been the chirp guy.
Yeah,
he'll get in guys' faces, and that's never stopped.
It
so he
feels
still
like
feels
it's year
youthful.
3, right? No, but it's year 10. He's been here for 10 seasons. The Flyers. Unbelievable. All right, so coming up next, because we had TK on this past segment, I'll be doing it next. My 3 observations from the NFL. Also, there are no excuses for something that's happening in 2 weeks. None.
I can't wait for this.
Tell you what next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, everybody, it's Bill Colarulo, and coming
kicked a field goal to win the game.
Sure. Blue-white scrimmage took place, and Embiid looked great in terms of his just the physical presence that you could see, right? I don't know if he did wind sprints right now, how he'd be doing, but he looks slim. He looks in shape. He had a nice pump fake that led to a dunk. There is still not necessarily word about whether or not he's going to be available for the opener. But if he's playing in front of fans in the blue and white scrimmage, that means he better sure as hell be playing in the opener, right? We're all on the same page.
Should be, yeah.
Even if it's a minute's restrictions, that man better be on the court, because if he can't, if he can play in this cherry and white or blue and white scrimmage, he better be freaking playing in a couple of weeks, or less than 2 weeks.
Yes,
look good though. I'm happy for now.
It's a good start right now.
No, I think I think that this should be not something that's poo-pooed on. This should be something that hopefully is positive.
Yeah, hopefully.
This is something that this is something that guys like me who rag on it all the time should be like, yes. This is a positive.
But everything with this team and with that player comes with reservations.
Yeah. Show
right?
me.
So tentatively positive with Joel Embiid.
Yeah, tentatively positive, but guess what? It's better than a negative headline.
Now, when will Paul George play? We'll find out.
Well, is the podcast up and running?
Yeah, he brought it back. Remember,
good.
he said he brought it back for the sake of the people or something.
Yeah, exactly, because everybody's just dying to have it. Yeah. Man,
all right, hit me with some football music, and then we'll get back to our text messages on our topics here. I tweeted this out. This is observation number 1 for me.
All right.
Imagine if the Dallas Cowboys had a player like Micah Parsons on their defense.
I loved when you
It's unbelievable.
By the way, my boy Shan in Dallas hated you tweeting that.
Well, Shan?
Yeah, he did
Hey,
not
Shan, am I wrong?
No, you're right, because that's his. He's lost his mind over the fact that Jerry Jones gave away.
The Dallas Cowboys are 2-3-1 on the season. Here are their points scored. Offensively, 20, 40, 14, bad week, 40, 37, 27. And that's to the tune of a 2-3-1 record, because they literally don't have anybody on defense.
That's incredible.
Now, the defense still would have been bad even if Micah Parsons is on the team, but Micah Parsons maybe gets a sack, which keeps the opposing team from scoring a touchdown.
No, they win a game like yesterday.
Correct, against the Panthers.
A game that's at that goes down to the last second field goal. They probably win that one with Micah Parsons.
They probably win one of the other games.
They're
2-3-1. Maybe they're 3. It could just be as easy as 3-2-1. Or instead of the tie, they're 4-2. Who knows?
It's driving them crazy that they gave away Micah Parsons, because they're looking at things going, we could have been pretty good because this offense is really good.
The offense is great. And by the way, good job, Connor, hitting your George Pickens anytime touchdown bet.
And that was a
ballsy move. But it was a good
By the
bet.
way, I had an email from somebody saying we should only be allowed to take props that are plus props. Just saying.
Oh, my God. Everybody's complaining constantly. All right. Speaking of defensive players that didn't get traded, Myles Garrett. I don't think he should speak ever again, in all seriousness, because yesterday, following another Browns loss, shocker, it's amazing that the Browns lost another football game. Myles Garrett goes to the podium and talks about how he's tired of losing the same way every single week. Brother, what did you expect?
Really?
What did you expect? You are a freaking beast. There are other beasts alongside you on the defense, which is why you keep opponents to low scores. But your offense stinks. Flacco, not there anymore. Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, Kenny Pickett. It wouldn't have mattered who your quarterback is. Your team stinks, and you are demanding a trade. I want to go to a winning organization. And then as soon as they said, here you go, Myles, here's a bag, you said, okay, never mind. I'm at my winning organization.
Correct.
And now you're complaining. Again, I'm tired of it, dude.
He is really a tired act. I mean, down there on Radio Row, I mean, we thought he was gone.
Yeah.
I didn't think he was coming here, but we thought he was gone. But we thought he was gone.
But like, you can't complain anymore. You can't. You made the choice. You wanted more money. You took the money and you stayed.
This is what you did.
I'm tired of hearing how you're tired of losing, dude. You had every chance to get out.
You chose you made your bed, sleep in it.
Yep. All right, lastly for me, what devil magic did the San Francisco 49ers do over the years? Another injury, this time Fred Warner. I don't think it's official yet, but odds are he's done for the season.
He is official.
Is it official? Okay.
Oh, yeah, he's bad.
Fred Warner done for the season.
Like, it's bad.
You know, Bosa's hurt. George Kittle will come back eventually. Brandon Ayuk will come back eventually. Brock Purdy's been banged up. There's something with that 49ers team. We saw last year. They hung around despite every injury, but at one point it just became too much to the point where they didn't make the playoffs. Now they're 4-2, but that guy, Fred Warner, is the best linebacker in football.
He's fantastic.
And he's the leader of that defense. I don't know. That's probably the injury I don't think they can overcome. And I'll be amazed if they still win that division. I'll be amazed if they make the playoffs. That is a major injury to that football team.
I think that's the injury that takes them out.
He's their life.
He is
on
fantastic.
defense.
He's a fantastic player. You like him as much as I do.
Yeah, so the San Francisco 49ers, whatever devil magic they did
well, you know what it is?
Ago,
it'll tell you. Stop putting your towels out at the pool and then leaving. Shanahan's getting paid back for all those times that people wanted to go to the pool.
Maybe.
Bad person.
All right, those are my 3 observations from the rest of the NFL. We'll get Connors in the 9 o'clock hour. Speaking of the 9 o'clock hour, Tim Kelly will join us from On Patterson at 9:25. What can the Phillies do? What will the Phillies do? Those are two totally different questions.
Yes.
Right? They can move on and not re-sign a lot of players. Will they? Is a question we'll ask Tim Kelly coming up in a little bit. What do we have on the text line, Connor? You can text the show at 610-632-0975. Our Eagles question for you today. Have you reached the point of concern? On Friday, we were just pissed off, right? Friday was a day of anger. After the Phillies lost the way that they did to the Dodgers, after the Eagles lost back-to-back games to the New York freaking Giants, it was a day where we were just on fire.
It was
now
terrible.
that you had a couple days to think about it, you start going, man, this offense it's bad. It's not talent-wise bad, but if you look at what this Eagles offense has done this season, and you look at the statistical categories that they're at the bottom of, they have been a bad offense this year. Don't sugarcoat it. They have been bad.
It's too much.
Have you reached a point of concern, or do you believe still that it will turn? What are the people saying on the text line, Connor?
Media Joe checks in, says, predictable or not, the bottom line is the players are not performing for the Eagles. Likely the worst performers of the year so far have been our offensive line. You don't hear anyone calling for Jeff Stoutland's job. I'm not making excuses for Kevin Patullo. Just saying there's been time after time when plays have been there and the players don't make them.
Did I actually hear just somebody compare Jeff Stoutland to Kevin Patullo? I immediately, my listening ears go off. No. Jeff Stoutland has a banged-up, injured offensive line. Jeff Stoutland has been nothing but if they put assistant coaches in the Hall of Fame, he would be there.
Right.
Stop. Like, that's a terrible, terrible point to try to make.
Now, look.
Comparison.
I don't think Jalen's been great this year. We talked about that earlier today. So it's not just Patullo. If you do the pie chart and you split it up, Patullo gets majority of it. But Jalen Hurts gets his own slices too.
No, he should.
Right? Like,
yeah.
He has missed the times when Patullo does scheme up an open receiver, Jalen's been missing them at times, man.
He has been. I mean, there's been the last 2 games, there have been multiple times between the 2 games where you've had wide open receivers for a touchdown back behind the defense. And he missed him.
Yeah, that's what that Saquon quote sounds like to me, is more ownership than like narcissism or cockiness or whatever, arrogance, you said. It's more, hey, as players, we got to handle our business, and we're not handling our business.
Well, they better start handling it soon.
Yeah, but and that's why I think they have a lack of urgency. I think overall their whole message is lack of urgency. That's great. Next 4 weeks are going to tell a tale.
Yep.
You go 2-2, it sucks.
All right, coming up next, at least the drama surrounding the Eagles has not killed them too much. They're still 4-2. It could be much worse, like it got for a team yesterday, Johnny. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5, The Fanatic Sports Update.
A bad feel for the Birds. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles had the weekend off after falling to the Giants on Thursday Night Football to lead off Week 6. At 4-2, they've now fallen back to the pack in the NFC as Tampa Bay and Green Bay both won yesterday. So where in the world do they go from here as they have an extended preparation for their road game in Minnesota this Sunday? Well, Tim McManus joined Middays with Marks last Friday, and he talked about the feel of the Eagles season.
I mean, they have the pieces there, talent-wise. If you look up and down on rosters across the NFL, this is still right up there. But we know, like every season season takes on its own kind of feel to it. And I think that's basically what we're looking at here.
Well, it certainly feels like there's a needed turning point for the Birds. Will that be in a positive direction? We'll keep an eye on them this week. The Flyers have their home opener tonight as they host the Florida Panthers. The two teams played last Thursday down in Florida with the Panthers winning 2-1. Puck drop is tonight at 7 p.m. from the Xfinity Mobile Arena. You can hear that game live here on the Fanatic. And in college football news, Penn State fired head coach James Franklin in a shocking move over the weekend. $49 million buyout for Franklin to get out of that deal. Tim Kelly, Vaughn Pattison will join us coming up at 9:25. This update's brought to you by Delaware County EDSI. Looking for work in Delaware County? PA CareerLink's Fall Hiring Fest is October 14th at the Springfield YMCA. Hundreds of jobs, direct interviews, hiring on the spot. Don't miss it. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
High school sports rocking Phillies, South Jersey, and all the amazing Delaware.
It is 8:56 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, so a couple things. Number one, part of me wants to say it in an a-hole-ish way, but I won't. It's just a shame that Randy Arozarena is, 3 wins away from going to a World Series. Another player that, it just wouldn't have worked here in Philadelphia. It wouldn't have worked. And what's the point? Why get a player like that?
Why get a guy
with energy,
back control?
Yeah, energy.
Why
do that?
Quality at bats.
Got on base, scored a run yesterday.
Yeah, just knows how to run the bases effectively.
Mariners 3 wins away from going to the World Series.
Look how these. By the way, when you're watching these 4 teams, I would just suggest: do they run the bases well? Do they know how to hit behind the runner? Do they know how to do the little things right?
Now, the Mariners were the worst base running team in baseball.
And I was about to say they were, they're home run heavy.
They are home run heavy.
Yeah,
big time heavy. They are a team, though. They are a team with the Mariners right now that is on a 22 run to me. They seem like the 22 Phillies. I don't think they're the best team. I think that I look at Toronto's lineup and I say the Toronto lineup is much better. They didn't win last night, but I think the Toronto lineup is much better.
I think they're both great lineups.
I like the Toronto lineup better. I think of the 4 teams, Seattle seems like the team that's on the 22 Phillies.
Now, see, and
feel good run.
So I picked,
late in the year,
sure.
Getting in. And
I picked the Mariners to win the World Series on our handy dandy whiteboard in there. The depth of the lineup. Eugenio Suarez, who did he reach 50 this year? He hit 49 home runs. He was 1 shy. He bats 6th for that team.
Mm-hmm.
6th. So when Alec Boehm, Mr. Singles, bats 4th, and I understand, look, the problems start with Turner, Schwarber, and Harper, right? But how long did I beg for a right-handed power bat? Now, Harrison Bader's injury obviously plays a role in how this series played out for the Phillies against the Dodgers. Man, Suarez is batting 6th on that team. You get through the first 5 guys in the order, you can't take a breath.
Yeah. Now, this won't be any consolation at all for Phillies fans. I'm not saying it for that.
Good luck.
I'm just saying this for the sake of the conversation about the Major League Baseball playoffs. If the Dodgers don't run through the rest of this postseason easily, I'll be floored.
Easily?
Easily.
The Mariners pitching staff's really freaking good, man.
And more importantly,
they didn't hit the Phillies well.
Back to my point. You're going to watch 4 teams that play baseball considerably better than the Phillies do.
Oh, yeah. It's not about the Phillies should feel good they lost to the Dodgers.
That's why you can't, though. We can't ignore that.
Yeah, dude, the Mariners pitching staff's tremendous.
They play baseball better than the Phillies do. Fundamentally, they're just going to be, you're going to watch it, it's going to be more pleasing to the eye baseball.
Yeah, no consolation prizes for me, man.
Yeah, I was just saying in the context of the conversation, it's not about the Phillies feeling better.
Good about it at all.
You shouldn't.
All right. Also, one more thing. It could be worse for the Eagles. Last night, this is crazy. After the Dolphins blew another game, and they fall to 1-5 on the season now?
Our coach could be wearing capris on the sideline.
Yeah, dude, I don't like that. By the way, that could be your future offensive coordinator.
Why do people keep saying that? I don't know. Like he's going to be here.
Here was Tua Tagovailoa, the starting quarterback of the Miami Dolphins, following the Dolphins' loss yesterday.
I think it starts with the leadership in helping articulate that for the guys, and then what we're expecting out of the guys, right? We're expecting this. Are we getting that? Are we not getting that? We have guys showing up to player-only meetings late, guys not showing up to player-only meetings. There's a lot that goes into that. Do we have to make this mandatory? Do we not have to make this mandatory? So it's a lot of things of that nature that we got to get cleaned up. And it starts with the little things like that.
That shows you that they don't respect their head coach. It's also hey, look at the issues that this team has. Ignore my 3 interceptions I threw today.
See, I take it differently. It's the players-only meetings. Shows they don't respect him.
Sure, but they don't respect the organization. They go, what's the point of this?
But it's him. He's the one. If you're not going to players-only meetings, you don't respect the quarterback.
Yeah, it starts with the leadership council.
And Tua, to me, I would understand maybe sort of the reason why they wouldn't respect him, which there's always been whispers about him down there about it.
Yeah.
The fact that he did that yesterday,
That's a bad look.
that was a punk move.
Very bad look.
That was a punk move yesterday. That somebody should have taken. Enough former players last night spoke about it.
Oh, they were upset.
And Coach
Yeah.
Dungy and everything spoke about on NBC. And
you can't
don't
be
do
doing that. You're
That's
listening
terrible.
to 97.5, The Fanatic, WPEN, HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. Cade, the Philadelphia Eagles season is in turmoil. You just heard from the open there.
It is.
All right, look, we're going to unpack this today because on Friday, Johnny, we had the crazy day, right? It was unfortunately the day after the Phillies season came to an end when they got eliminated by the Dodgers in playoff contention. But it was also the day after the Eagles lost to the New York Giants in a way that was just disgusting, right? Like,
it was one of the worst losses that I can remember for the Eagles franchise in a long time.
They're lucky that the Phillies were playing at that time, right?
I think it's the most we didn't show up efforts, and I say effort with a capital E. I went back and watched the 15-minute game this weekend. That was the worst lazy effort under Nick Sirianni ever.
You mean like Keely Ringo just not touching a guy while he was down?
No, I think Keely Ringo's just bad.
Yeah, he could just be bad too. And then, of course, we know that the offense, once again, tale of two halves, 0 points in the second half. And
like the offensive coordinator is that bad.
Exactly. So Friday morning, when we did the show, we played the good cop, bad cop routine, one for one team, one for the other. The good cop was, hey, we're here for you when it comes to the Phillies. Let's react. Tough way to lose. Season's over. Tough to realize that maybe this core is over. But then the bad cop was there's no more excuses for the freaking Philadelphia Eagles. Now, we didn't have much time to really expand on it, Johnny. So today, I have a question for our audience at 610-632-0975. There was no excuse making for the Eagles offense on Friday. None. All right, Friday morning when we did the show.
There were people doing it, but not us.
There shouldn't have been. I'll just say it. There should have been.
be.
If you were making excuses, then it's the green-colored glasses conversation, right? That you look at nothing wrong for the Philadelphia Eagles. So I have a question that I want to discuss today. Have you reached a point of concern? Because there are people that will point out bad play, but then say the very next minute, but I think it's going to get better, right? Like, and that's fandom. That's normal life where people go, yeah, this is really bad. It's like our conversation about the offensive lineman a couple of weeks ago. People were ready to admit that they weren't playing well, but nobody wanted to say it would continue, right? Because we love Jeff Stoutland. We love the members of the Eagles offensive line. It's a cult following in the city of Philadelphia.
Sure.
But because the Eagles offenses look so bad now, all season, despite their 4-2 record, they have looked bad all season. Or I should say they've never put together 4 good quarters. They've put together a couple of good halves.
You don't have to say, put a disclaimer on all season. They're at the bottom of the league in almost every statistical category. They're not good. All season, they've been bad. They've been bad. It's true. So, I mean, we don't have to couch it. They've been terrible.
So, have you reached a point of concern when it comes to the Eagles offense? Because I know a lot of people get, they feel weird. They feel gross when the 2023 thing gets mentioned, right? When we talk about 2023, the similarities, a lot of people like to give pushback on that. Media members have given pushback on it, right? Not just fans. There are people that cover the Eagles that say, I don't see the similarities of 2023.
Well, they're out of their mind.
I've reached a point of concern with the Philadelphia Eagles offense.
I watched this weekend. I watched NFL football this weekend, and I watched teams play with backup quarterbacks. I watched teams with not half the. I watched teams play with 3 or 4 guys who could potentially even start for the Philadelphia Eagles right now, and they had smooth offense. I watched the Kansas City Chiefs and the Detroit Lions play last night, and in any offensive series, I saw 3 or 4 plays that were more innovative, more interesting to watch, more creative than anything I've seen out of the Eagles this year, except within the 10-yard line. It's fascinating to me how bad this is, and I feel dread this morning. I feel worse than I felt Friday morning. I feel dread watching the rest of the league.
Watch the rest of the league
because I'm looking at it and I'm going, this is bad, and I am tired of the excuse makers in our fan base.
Yeah.
And by the way, and some in our local media who don't want to say a bad word about Kevin Patullo. I'll say one word right now. Stinks. Stinks.
Yeah, predictable.
Until proven otherwise, stinks.
There's a lot of one words, predictable.
Oh,
right?
my God.
That's what Lane Johnson said, right? Not some guy on ESPN, not two nitwits on the radio. Right?
No.
Lane Johnson talked about how the Eagles' offense is predictable. I saw a play in the Sunday morning. I know. Denver and New York was not really a tale of offense.
It was a barn burner out there in London.
It was horrible out there. But there was a play, and then, again, this is Sean Payton, right? Where a player was in motion, and it was a fake wide receiver screen. The wide receiver cuts across, the linemen shift, Bo Nix fakes a pass, and everybody on the Jets defense followed. And then there's a tight end streaking wide open downfield. That's a creative play.
Wow, it's almost like they drew one up that was really good.
It's a one-off because that team, again, both teams did nothing offensively, but that's one of those plays where you go, wow, how come I haven't seen that? And that wasn't within the 10-yard line. That was like a 30-yard touchdown pass. We've not seen explosive plays unless it's AJ or Devontae are down there somewhere. Like, those have been the explosive plays this year for the Philadelphia Eagles. Has been chucks downfield and either AJ or Devontae coming down with it.
I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. I can't deal with the excuse makers. I can't deal with the patience folks. I can't deal with the Kevin Patullo's not that bad. I can't deal with the, well, we've got time to work this out. I feel dread, and I'm telling you right now, in the next 4 games, I feel like there is a distinct chance this building could be on fire.
Wow.
On fire.
We got turmoil. We got on fire.
Yes, I'm telling you. I believe in the next 4 games, this building could be on fire.
More A.J. Brown reports over the weekend.
Lose to Carson Wentz on Sunday. This building's an inferno on Monday. The Giants come back in the following Sunday. You don't take care of the Giants. You don't look great against the Giants.
Right, look great. Right.
Then you got a bye week, and you're coming back at Green Bay, who, by the way, everybody told me all year long, don't worry about Green Bay. Don't worry about Green Bay. They're not the Eagles. They're not. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about Green Bay. Then you got Detroit. I'm telling you right now, in the next month,
You weren't worried about Detroit.
the next 4 games, things are trouble. You got it right now. Things are trouble. Right now, you got to worry about it. Big time.
Yeah. No,
and I mean it.
It's ugly. So when I say, have you reached the point of concern, I want to hear from you, 610-632-0975. But John says, you've reached the point of concern where you think the building will go on fire. There are people that I'm sure are concerned but think it will get better. So let's talk about this. Now,
I want to know why.
I want to play something for you. Over the weekend, because the Eagles played on Thursday, you had some of the media availability over the weekend, and Saquon Barkley spoke to the media. Now, some of you may say, all right, this is swagger, this is confidence, and I understand where you would come from. But to me, this is arrogance. And I'm going to say that it starts with Saquon, but I'm going to play you something later on this hour from the head coach. But here was Saquon Barkley outside of his locker over the weekend.
I come from the school of thought that, majority of times you're going to have an opportunity to play. You just got to be in the right spot. Someone misses, they make a play. Like, that's just football. So last year, do you think we're predictable? I mean, everyone knew we were running the ball. We still got it all. So I think we also got to get back into that attitude, to that mindset. Not really giving a what people are trying to do. And that's something that I'm definitely going to.
Last year, were we predictable? We ran the ball all the time. All right. Yeah, you ran the ball all the time. And you had certain concepts. You also had a different offensive line. You were healthier.
Yep.
Not just Saquon. The offensive line was healthier.
You had a different offensive mind designing plays and calling plays.
So to just say we ran the ball all the time last year, to me, that's a little arrogant. Now, it's also confidence. It's also swagger, right? Like, you knew lining up, hey, we're going to run it down your throat, and you're not going to be able to stop us. So there's the the local Bryant home comfort team. Visit nopaybryant.com to keep your HVAC in the starting lineup. So you heard that clip in the previous segment from Saquon Barkley outside of his locker over the weekend, talking about how, they just need to start working on some things. One block that was missed could have turned into this. I remember hearing the exact same crap in 2023.
Oh, we did. Yeah, we heard it.
Because there are a lot of players, and I'll give them credit, after the fiasco in Seattle, when, it took some time until A.J. Brown admitted that A.J. and Jalen went rogue, a lot of players did own up saying, hey, this isn't all on Brian Johnson. If we just hit this one block, if we just do this, if we just do that. The problem is it was always on these bubble screens. And it's like, all right, you're not always going to get the blocks on these bubble screens. Everything almost needs to go perfect for you to get 6 yards. I'm not even talking about a touchdown. I'm talking about to gain some yards on these plays.
Thing is, that was, and two, is everybody's got to remember with the Brian Johnson thing, that was December.
Right.
That Seattle game was in December.
Right, that wasn't week 3, week 4.
I mean, it's like there was excuse-making going on, and it was December.
And so I hear Saquon talking about, hey, we were predictable last year. You knew we were going to run the football, and we couldn't get stopped. And so it made me think of something that I hated hearing, or in this case, reading, from Jeff McClain back in September of 2023, before the season even started.
And we love reading Jeff, so
love reading
that.
Jeff McClain. This is coming off the Eagles' Super Bowl appearance, losing to the Chiefs, as we know, Super Bowl 57. And Jeff sort of asked him, hey, some things that we can expect to see differently this year, especially with the offense. Because, again, new coordinator, there was new weapons on the team. Eventually, in January of 24, Jeff McClain posted the audio in his podcast, Uncovering the Birds. So this was said September 5th, 2023, Nick Sirianni talking about his vision of the offense.
So, one thing we wanted to do with our team is, offensively, let's say, was try to really, it's not always about coming up with new plays and new wrinkles and new things like that. Sometimes it's just getting better, and a lot of times it's just getting better at your base stuff, right? And how do you coach it better, and how do you do it better, and then off of that, what are some wrinkles off of that? Not necessarily new things, but things that are wrinkles. And I guess I would say where I'm saying with that, where I'm going with that, is that's kind of been the same way I've thought about year 3. I don't think it's anything new. It's how do we get better at what we're already doing?
I don't think they're necessarily copying and pasting what they did last year, because there's a lot of things from last year that we're not seeing so far this year. But what it kind of feels like is, all right, Kellen Moore's gone, so we have to go back to what Nick Sirianni believes works.
Yes.
And it's a conservative approach. They don't like taking shots. And that's just not going to win you football games in this NFL when Jacoby Brissett can go downfield and score points with the Arizona Cardinals.
Jacoby Brissett went up and down the field yesterday all day long. By the way, he didn't have his top wide receiver in the game. By the way, he doesn't have the Eagles' offensive line.
Yep.
Like we can talk all we want about the Eagles' offensive line not being healthy, and it's a valid talking point. The Arizona Cardinals don't have their talent.
No. There's a lot of teams that don't have the talent
and
of the
and
Eagles.
Jacoby Brissett comes in there and goes up and down the field on the Colts, who, by the way, are one of the teams this year. Everybody's like, wow, the Colts.
Jacoby Brissett yesterday, 27 of 44 for 320 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. And no, they weren't trailing by 3 scores, and so the Colts
they were,
sagged
by the
off
way,
a
they were
little bit.
leading most of the game. They led.
Yeah, they led going into the fourth quarter until the Colts outscored them 14-3. They were winning going into the fourth quarter.
Brissett was throwing it downfield. It was aggressive. It was an aggressive game plan, and that was 2 Eagles coordinators. And by the way, as somebody who was sweating out one of the eliminator pools, I was like, geez.
Yeah.
Come on.
All right, latest game. Teams that he played for. Jacoby Brissett, go.
Well, he played for New England.
New England's the one that I always think of because he
played for New England.
Started 2-1 or something like that.
He played for New England. He played for the Colts.
He did.
He play for the Colts.
He played for.
He was with the Colts for 4 years.
He was with the Colts for a while. Yeah. He played for. Well, now he's played for Arizona.
Yep.
He's played for Arizona. Jacoby Brissett.
There's 3 teams that you're missing.
Cleveland?
Cleveland is one of them.
Everyone's played for Cleveland.
He started 11 games for Cleveland. There's 2 more.
Okay, he didn't make a trip through the Jets, did he?
No.
Okay, because everybody usually
in division though.
In division.
Yep.
Then he must have.
Dolphins.
Wow. Okay.
And there's one team you're missing. 2023.
Don't know.
The Commanders for 3 games.
Wow, he's with Commodes.
Yeah, he was
Wow.
with the Commanders. So my man's 10-year career. Good for him.
That's awesome.
In the NFL.
By the way, he hit that number now. He's got that nice pension coming his way.
By the way, 55 touchdowns and 25 picks.
That's really good.
It's not like he's bad. All right, what do we got? Give us one text message real quick, Connor.
VT Ron's checking in with the boys today, and he says, hey, fellas, it is now time to be concerned about our Eagles. The offense is out of sync. I don't think Jalen has played very well up to this point, especially after the adjustments have been made to him. And I just think there needs to be a major shakeup because I'm worried that down the road it may be closer than I think that the culture in the locker room will turn bad.
Well, I mean, look, when there's already whispers or people speaking to reporters anonymously.
Which sucks.
Which did not happen last year, did not happen in 22, 21, 20, but it's happened in 23, and it's happened this year. By the way,
Twitter fingers was at it again with the, I was just talking in my car.
Oh, did I
AJ.
miss something?
AJ. It was just talking at my car. I didn't have any.
Oh,
There's no meeting. I don't know. I swear to God, he cannot stop. He cannot stop.
All right, coming up next, what the heck do the Phillies do this offseason? And what can they actually do? 2 totally different questions. We'll get some answers on that next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A turning point for the Birds. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles had the weekend off after falling to the Giants on Thursday Night Football to lead off Week 6. And at 4-2, well, the rest of the NFC is starting to catch up to the Birds. Tampa Bay and Green Bay both won yesterday, upping their standing in the conference. So where do the Eagles go from here as they have an extended preparation for their road game in Minnesota this Sunday? Tim McMahon has joined Middays with Marks on Friday to talk about the talent and the vibe of the Eagles currently.
I mean, they have the pieces there, talent-wise. If you look up and down on rosters across the NFL, this is still right up there. But we know, like, every season takes on its own kind of feel to it. And I think that's basically what we're looking at here.
Certainly feels like a turning point is needed for the Eagles to get off this schneid they're on, and we will see if they find it this week. The Flyers have their home opener tonight as they host the Florida Panthers. 2 teams played last Thursday down in Florida, with the Panthers winning 2-1. Puck drops at 7 p.m. from the Xfinity Mobile Arena. You can hear that game live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And in college football news, Penn State fired head coach James Franklin over the weekend after losing to Northwestern a $49 million buyout to get out from under that contract. We're going to talk to Tim Kelly, Vaughn Pattison coming up next for what in the world this Phillies offseason has in store for us. This update is brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. When you need a new water heater, choose one that's built to be the best. Choose Bradford White. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
The Philadelphia 76ers.
thumbs down from Harry Mays, who's sitting on the couch ready to go. Harry had one rule for me during my time producing him.
What was that?
Don't embarrass me. So when I'm wearing this hat, am I embarrassing Harry Mays right now?
Yeah, he's not happy with you.
That was the one rule he gave me.
I don't think he's happy with you.
In all the years we worked together. Andrew, just don't embarrass me.
No, the best thing was that we come outside and he goes,
what's with the hat?
Hey, what's with the hat?
I mean,
what's with the hat?
It's good to have Harry back. Harry with Middays with Marks today, 10 to 2. Make sure you listen. All right, joining us now on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. He's been joining us pretty much the entire Phillies season, which unfortunately ended last week. Does a great job covering them for On Pattison. Our man Tim Kelly joins us. Tim, good morning, man. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing great. Obviously, it's been a bummer since the Phillies lost, and now there are plenty of conversations. I'm going to ask you this one right off the rip, as the kids say, Tim. Will they run it back next year, yes or no?
I don't think they'll run it back, but what that means, what not running it back means, I still think we're waiting to figure out here.
Yeah, the idea of running it back is how much do you believe the looming lockout will play into the thought process of how they execute this postseason? This offseason, I should say.
Well, I mean, that certainly is a reality that everyone in the sport is going to face this offseason. I don't think the Phillies are in a position to, like, if you're suggesting, like, kind of punt on a season because you're not sure the season after whether there's going to be a season or not. I mean,
I'm more thinking older.
Harper,
I was more thinking older guys with a season in display. Like, what are you going to do? Do you lock down older guys knowing you might have a year that's in turmoil?
I think you just have to plan like normal, and if you lose a season, you lose a season. But the clock is ticking with Harper, Turner, Zach Wheeler, obviously, Aaron Nola, go down the list. Like you can't have a season next year where you're not all the way in because the year after you're unsure.
So what is all the way in, Tim? There is a difference between what can the Phillies do and what will the Phillies actually do. You have movable pieces. Can they actually be moved is a question. They have money. Will they actually spend it is a question. How aggressive will John Middleton and Dave Dombrowski, in your opinion, be this offseason?
Well, they're always aggressive. That's the thing. It's just, what does that look like? I think the last 2 years they've been aggressive in trying to reallocate around that same group. This year, I think maybe you potentially do it in a different way. But I just, the way I look at things, Kyle Schwarber had 56 home runs this year. I know outside of Game 3, maybe things didn't go the way you wanted, but I struggle to see a scenario where you don't bring Kyle Schwarber back and you're not a worse team for it next year. I think I'd be a little more open to the discussion about JT Realmuto. The problem is that there's so few impact catchers that if it's not him, you're really left wondering, how do you not take a massive drop-off at that position? I do think like some guys like Alec Bohm, Brandon Marsh, maybe you have discussions about whether they have kind of run their course and you trade them and look for a different way forward at those positions. But I think most of like the core guys, in many ways, like you're going to bring them back. Trey Turner's not going anywhere. Bryce Harper's not going anywhere. And I think you'd be a worse team if Kyle Schwarber's not back.
Did you hear anything from any player at their locker at the end of the season that made you think, this guy thinks he might not be back?
Well, I think from Kyle Schwarber, it was just a matter of uncertainty. Uncertainty, even if he is back, what does it look like? Is Kevin Long, who he's credited his career turnaround to, is he back? Or a lot of the guys, even if Kyle Schwarber resigns, is this a different group than what he's been with and gotten so close with for 4 seasons? Probably in some form it will be. So I think that was more the feeling afterwards. Obviously, I'm sure many people have seen the clip of JT Realmuto did not want to talk to me about his future after the game. But no, I mean, I think there's a lot of guys. It did have a different feeling than the 3 prior years, knowing that even if we're not 100% sure how, this will look more different next year than it has these last few years.
What did you think was behind your gut instinct? behind the Real Muto thing? Do you think it was just the timing that he just wasn't comfortable talking about it then? Or do you think there could have been something more to that?
No, I think it was just the timing. I didn't take it personally. I think he just didn't want to talk about it at that time, which is perfectly reasonable. But to peel back the curtain for people, there isn't like a locker clean-out day in baseball or anything where you're going to get a chance to speak to the guy again. So if you don't ask him there, you don't ask him. And some people may think, fine, don't ask him. It's not appropriate. Fair enough. But, I mean, if you go down that list in the locker room, Harrison Bader, even Nick Castellanos got asked about it, Kyle Schwarber, like anyone who you weren't 100% certain is going to be back, mostly guys that are about to be free agents, they got asked about it after the game. It's pretty typical. I mean, Jack Flaherty got asked about it after the Tigers lost Game 5 Friday night in 15 innings. It's just kind of part of the deal post-game. Right. And I don't disagree that maybe baseball should change things so you're not setting up those type of interactions post-game. But under the current system, that's just kind of how things go.
Back-to-back years where the top of the order just came up small for you in the playoffs, but the difference of 24 and 25, I can't really point to anything in 2024 where I said, why did Rob Thompson do that? I can this year. Do you believe that Rob Thompson will be the Phillies manager in 2026?
I'm really uncertain, and for the first time, because the last few years it really wasn't a discussion. What I'll say is I did not think the games 1 and 2 were managed well, and I thought Game 3 was not setting up to be managed well. And then things went to a T with Aaron Nola and Ranger Suarez, and then in Game 4, I mean, look, you can debate little things about should he have taken out Luzardo here. I think walking Ohtani was right. The bottom line is the Phillies had 4 hits in 11 innings. Like the pitching staff was managed well. So I thought if the Phillies were swept in ugly fashion in Game 3, maybe it would become a more obvious decision. If anything, I think he managed the final 2 games of the series really well, and that doesn't mean it's not potentially time for a change. But there wasn't a moment in one of those 2 games to me where it became overwhelmingly obvious that this has run its course and he's not the right manager going forward. Trey Turner was pretty adamant post-game that he thinks he is the right manager for the team going forward. So I think it's a decision you take a step back from. I don't know that it's something that you decide within 2 days of the season ending that you're doing that, you're bringing him back or you're not bringing him back. I think you get some space because obviously there's been a ton of success, but that doesn't mean that it's not time for a change.
Now, you mentioned Turner was adamant about wanting him back, but Bryce was not totally adamant. He dropped the whole, that's a Dave Dombrowski decision. Let me ask you, Tim, we all know it. Bryce Harper has had a lot of say on some things that go around the clubhouse, players that are there, players that are not there. Will there come a time, and could it be this offseason, where maybe they don't ask Bryce's opinion as much when it comes to certain decisions being made?
Well, I think when you're talking about the manager, I don't think it's uncommon in a situation like this to ask some of the key players kind of where you're at. That doesn't mean you necessarily go with what they say, but to kind of get a feeling of, all right, you guys have been really close and you haven't gotten over the hump. Would a change here make sense? And Bryce Harper was really complimentary of Rob Thompson. It certainly wasn't like he left you with the feeling that he wants him to be gone. But you're right. He didn't 100% come out and slam his hands on the table and say he needs to be back. So I think it did leave a little question of just some uncertainty and kind of passing the decision on to Dave Dombrowski there. So there's a lot to decide early on this off season, and that is obviously the number one thing because it has such repercussions on the rest of your coaching staff, on how do some of these guys that are free agents feel about coming back next season. There's a lot to decide, and the first one is whether you bring Rob Thompson back or not.
And Tim, when I hear a lot of people talking about this and these decisions and looking at this era, they compare it to the 2007-2011 run for the Phillies. And I would ask you in comparison, the 2022 to 2025 Phillies, is the great run of the Phillies that we're talking about, this last 4-year run, not based on 6 really good weeks of baseball in 2022? Is that not the high point of it?
Well, it's certainly the high point. I think the 2022 team out of these last few years was probably the worst overall team, but they got hot at the right time.
Correct.
And that didn't happen. I mean, the playoff formats are completely different, so it is difficult to compare. But the bottom line is the 2007-11 Phillies won a World Series. They were back in another one and lost to one of the best teams in modern MLB history. The Phillies got to one World Series in this era, and they didn't win. And I don't think, if you're looking at regrets from this era, if they don't ultimately do it, not beating the Astros would not be in the top 5. They were just not a better team than the Astros. I don't even think it was close. To me, it's the year after with Arizona when you had a 2-0 lead, you had a 3-2 lead, you came back home and lost both those games. I don't know if they would have beat the Rangers, but they would have had a real chance, and that to me is where you blew it. 2024, they weren't playing well going into the playoffs, so it wasn't shocking. This year, I think you can say, like, yeah, they got a bad draw, all that. That's true, but ultimately you were going to have to beat the Dodgers at some point to get to the World Series, and they didn't do it.
And it was the same story, just a different year with the bats. Tim, listen, man, we appreciate the time.
Tim.
You did a great job all season long covering the Phillies for On Patterson. We look forward to talking to you during the off-season winter meetings and trying to get a feel of what the Phillies could do. But great job, man. We'll talk to you again down the road.
See you soon, buddy.
All right, thanks, guys.
There he is, Tim Kelly from On Patterson on the Comcast Bazaar. He did a great job this year. And I love, he's not afraid to ask questions.
No. And he was taking grief for asking the questions to JT.
Yeah.
That's an exact question that has to be asked of JT.
Well, because people don't know, right? They don't know that there is no locker cleanup.
They've never been there. They've never been in that job. That's a great question to ask.
He did a great job. All right, coming up next, Connor gives his 3 observations from the rest of the NFL. And we're going to preview the rest of the week of Phillies debates. All right, because we have a different one every single day. Today was the 5 free agents, your order of what you want them to do. Number 1 to number 5. We'll get the rest of the debates the rest of the week coming up next as well. And your text messages. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Whether you're at the job site, sitting in your cubicle, or even working from home, you need something entertaining to listen to.
It is 9:43 here on Kincade Salciunas 97.5. The Fanatic Middays with Marks. Johnny Marks. Harry Mays in the building again today. That comes your way at 10 o'clock with, of course, our man Ray Dunn. I forgot to text Ray back. Ray sent me a photo of Maxie's yesterday. I was jealous.
What was he doing at Maxie's?
He's probably doing.
Was he on campus doing a little basketball?
Yeah, I
like
imagine
pre-basketball stuff.
Yeah, I don't think Ray's just like.
No, but I mean, I go into Maxie's if I'm on campus.
Yeah, so he was probably on campus.
No, but he's there doing basketball stuff and everything. I'm sure, getting ready for the season. Man,
I was jealous.
It is
best pizza in the world, man. It's the best.
Well, I can tell you that
General Tso's chicken.
General Tso's chicken.
It's the best. It's unbelievable. By the way, it's a Football Monday presented by local Bryant Home Comfort Teams at nopayBryant.com to keep your HVAC in the starting lineup. Eagles played on Thursday, and they lost to the Giants. Hopefully bounce back against the Vikings. Carson Wentz and the Vikings. But Connor, you also had a chance to sit down and watch the rest of the NFL. So hit it with some football music. And what were your 3 observations from the rest of the NFL?
So have the Ravens felt cursed to you guys this year? Because to a lot of people, that seems like they're having a cursed season.
No, I mean, Lamar Jackson getting hurt is killer to them.
It changes everything.
Cooper Rush sucks.
Well, wait a minute.
There's these guys that just make it in the NFL
But
forever.
they didn't look great with Lamar either at the
hold
start.
on. So they lost to the Bills, all right? They lost to the Lions.
Plus, they lost their best defensive player for 3 games, Kyle Hamilton. He comes back yesterday. They give up 17 points when he returns.
And they lost to the Chiefs, right? Like, their first 3 losses before the Texans and Ravens, which is without Lamar Jackson, Bills, Lions, Chiefs. Now, that loss to the Bills was bad because they had a 2-score lead with like 8 minutes left. But I would not call them cursed. I think dealing with Lamar Jackson.
They're dealing with it's a lot of injuries.
We might be calling them cursed. Because there was a Twitter interaction that's begun to go viral.
Oh, no.
Of some girl who was mad at like an ex-boyfriend or hookup or something.
Okay.
Went on to Etsy and paid a witch on Etsy to curse their team. And someone followed up and asked, who's his team? It's the Ravens.
All right, that's just a new trend because you know who else tried doing that? Phillies fans tried doing it to curse the Dodgers.
And it didn't work.
It's
we
a
didn't
trend.
get a good enough witch.
It's stupid.
I don't know, man.
So no.
Etsy witch might have cursed the Ravens.
Look, I believe in witchcraft, but I don't think that's the reason why the Ravens are.
I believe witchcraft exists, but I don't believe that everybody who claims to be able to conduct it can conduct it.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Somebody wasted money on
a Temu witch.
Let's go a little bit more tangible here for my second point. We got 2 pretty surprising, clear playoff teams to me in the AFC. The Steelers and Patriots are both playoff teams where we sit right now. The Patriots' schedule is incredibly easy, and they've gotten to enough of a point with Drake May where they can keep winning games. And what?
Who picked them to go to the playoffs?
You did. You picked them to go to the playoffs.
Preseason prediction.
You did.
You're looking smart. And the Steelers as well. Steelers, another win. I know it's not a quality opponent they played.
Correct.
But those teams with their divisions are going to find a way into the postseason.
Well, the Steelers have a two-game lead or 2.5 with the tiebreaker.
So it's amazing. I figured I'd check because you were just bringing up the Ravens. Now you're talking about the Steelers. Last week, before the Ravens lost this recent game when they were 1-4, they were still the favorites to win the AFC North. They are no longer the favorites, but they're at plus 160 with the Steelers at minus 145. So that shows you how much Vegas still doesn't necessarily trust the Steelers. There is still a chance the Ravens could win the division if Lamar... I don't know when Lamar's timetable is. They said, 2 to 4 weeks, something like that? So maybe he's back this Sunday.
Oh, man.
If you're the Ravens, you are begging for him to come back as soon as possible.
They're 1-5. I think it's done.
Oh, you know what? They're going on their bye. They're going on their bye.
Yeah, but I think it's done anyway.
They're probably dead.
Here's your next 3 games for the Ravens. Bears, Dolphins, Vikings. They could go 3-0.
Okay.
If Lamar's back. If it's Cooper Rush, then no.
That defense can't stop anybody. All right, last thing I got here for you real quick.
Well, they stopped the Rams yesterday, 17 points.
Yeah, I guess so.
The Rams, yeah.
What the hell is going on in Indianapolis pregame? Did you guys see this?
No.
Yeah, dude. Oh,
Is that
you
the
didn't see
kid,
this?
the singer?
No. This is football related. Anthony Richardson got hurt pregame. He was stretching out his leg using bands, and I guess it snapped. And broke his orbital bone.
He had orbital bone.
He spent the whole game in the hospital, and that took headlines. But also, Charvarius Ward was hurt pregame after running into a teammate and getting a concussion.
Wow.
What are they doing pregame in Indianapolis?
Well, no, and then they have that stupid singer guy.
Yeah. This is our house.
This is our cult. This is our team.
I love that guy.
We love our
Show some respect to that guy.
I don't need. Here's what they're doing.
That's terrible.
They're making fun of that guy, but they're going to say, no, we're not. He's a big fan.
Daniel Jones couldn't keep a straight face on McAfee when they're like, do you like him? And there's like, yeah, he's great.
They're making fun of him, but
they're using him.
Yeah, exactly.
And the fan, this is our cult.
Yeah, it's so bad.
This is our team. Stop it.
Ravens will win the division.
Stop making fun of the guy.
Ravens will win the division?
No, are you out of your mind?
About? This is worse than your Mets will win the division.
Stop it.
You're going to wear that hat all year long if you keep doing this.
After the bye, Bears, Dolphins, Vikings, Browns, Jets, Bengals. They could win literally all of those games.
No, they could, and if your aunt had, she'd be your uncle. No. They're not winning the division.
6-game winning streak.
They're not winning the division.
That's 7-5.
Okay, 7-5. Now, what are the Steelers?
Aaron Rodgers will be high as a kite at some
we know.
point.
Well, he's already high as a kite. He's so lucky. Remember, he got the drug testing during training camp. So he can be doing any kind of magic. He can be doing any kind of magic mushrooms he wants.
Ravens Steelers Week 18, January 4th for the division. Baltimore.
Don't hold your breath.
My gosh.
I'll wear the hat again.
I can't get over you.
I like the hat so much.
I thought after the Mets.
I like the hat so much.
I thought after the Mets you would stop predictions till 2026 and start over.
Ravens are winning the division.
Maybe the Etsy witch came after Andrew.
I'm telling you, somebody whoever put the Etsy witch.
All right.
Andrews.
Tomorrow, as we continue this week of Phillies content where we look to the future, it's Topper Day tomorrow, right?
Yes. Topper's Day. It's the Topper referendum tomorrow.
And it's going to be interesting because you heard Tim Kelly say it. Like, after the first 2 games of the series, he was like, yeah, he managed himself out of a job. And then game 3 went really well. And then game 4, they had 4 hits. Now, I still would not have put a Ryan Kerkery in that situation. I don't think he's back, but we'll talk about it more tomorrow.
He shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
Put into that situation.
But tomorrow's going to be interesting because there's obviously everybody wants to see somebody's head roll, right? Like that's after a season like this where it's back-to-back years of first-round eliminations, people want to see change. And I think the Phillies need to change. And I don't necessarily think it's all because of Rob Thompson, but I think you need a new voice. But I'm curious tomorrow, John, is it straight-up venom from a lot of Phillies fans? Like, yeah, get him out of here.
No.
Or have people slept on it and realized Turner, Schwarber, Harper were the biggest problem this year?
No, the thing is that as Tim Kelly put it there, the first 2 games were managed poorly.
Mm-hmm.
I can't have any game in the postseason in a short series where you say 2 of the games were managed poorly.
That's
and
half.
by the way, Major League Baseball analysts looking at it going, they were managed poorly. I can't have that. And I've seen enough of it.
Yeah.
Because they go back to it where Zach Wheeler lost his freaking mind that he got taken out of a game that decided a World Series where we could have had a different outcome. Could have had a Game 7. So to me, no. I've seen enough of that.
So
Rob
tomorrow
Thompson,
is Topper Day. Wednesday, we're doing Dombrowski Day.
Yes. Now, that's a different issue because I don't think he's going
No,
anywhere.
it's not whether or not he should be fired.
But it's more about, can you get him to change his philosophy?
Look, I've been saying it for like 2 weeks now. He's been living off of that resume.
Here's for Dombrowski Day. We'll get into. Dombrowski Day has usually entailed for other organizations him emptying farm systems to replenish teams, fix teams, do whatever. Yeah. He hasn't done that here.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I wonder.
Can't trade any of the prospects.
But he's got guys here now, though. Guys now.
That's the main difference when you made that 2011 comparison to now. You have a couple guys down there that can hold you on.
But I think they want to.
I think they want to both. Arena, Jazz Chisholm, all these guys.
There's a question I have for you tomorrow that I just can't wait for.
Oh, well, then I'm looking forward to it. Tell us about life-saving cancer research, please, John.
Well, H&H Heating and Air Conditioning loves to help out with it. They made a donation to the AACR. They went to 975thefanatic.com/AACR, and the American Association for Cancer Research benefited from it. Cancer research saves lives just like it saved mine.
Damn right, Johnny. All right,
And I'm going the Flyers tonight.
That's going to be cool.
Same game parlay. I did the Flyers on the money line with a Mishkov goal. How about that? Because let's just put it this way.
That was your week. That was your game one bet, right?
Let's put it this way. Taki Hockey, the premiere tonight at home of Taki Hockey. He was not pleased with Mr. Mishkov on Saturday night. I guarantee you he got up. He's going to get up his rear end a little bit. A little verbal. I have a feeling we see a power play goal from Matvei Mishkov tonight.
All right, I like that. As I said on my tweet, they really struggled the power play last year, Johnny. And look, they scored a goal on the
you know why?
The PP
maybe
Saturday night.
Maybe a little more competency of coaching.
Maybe. We also have a Monday night doubleheader tonight. The Bills at the Falcons, Bears at the Commanders. Bills 3.5-point favorites. I say lay it, dude.
Yeah.
After losing at home against the Patriots, I can't see them losing again.
I'm not laying the hook. I would take the money line potentially.
Okay.
I'm not laying the 3 and a hook. I would not do that.
I am building a Josh Allen parlay. Over and passing, over and rushing, anytime touchdown. Bills win.
I take the Bears and the points in the other game. 5.5.
I don't feel that way.
I would take Bears 5.5.
I don't hate that bet.
Yeah, I'm going to take Bears and the points.
That game's in Chicago, right?
No, the game's it's down in the DMV.
No, I like it even better.
You do?
Yeah.
Really? Chicago have a lot of fans.
That's
there.
a Chicago line right there.
Yeah, 5.5. I like it.
Okay.
I like it.
Bear down, baby.
I'll go Bills and Commanders, both the favorites covering tonight.
And Connor will have to be our Etsy Witch Sunday in Minnesota.
Yeah.
I will curse them.
You might be cursing the Eagles at times.
Yeah, well, let's hope not. It's Carson Wentz week.
Don't you put this on me like it's my fault now.
We'll see.
You're Mr. Patient. No. Be patient with the offense.
That was 4 weeks, and that is long gone.
I'm glad you finally made it.
And you can give us a zoo scouting report, too.
Yes, please do that. Well, now that the Phillies
I won't be missing a baseball.
Everybody have a great rest of your day. Middays with Marks. Harry Mays in with Johnny today here.